added a Pomodoro timer to it with my additional timer. I can do some time blocking. One of the things I've been thinking about is moving this time block to the calendar rather than here, but I'm also not sure, like maybe because if there's just time blocks and then I can just start those time blocks, I guess they could exist in here for recent entries. My calendar, cute. Activity reports per clients. I can generate invoices. That's another big thing, is I just wanted to be able to create an invoice straight from here and to just be able to send it off automatically. And I also connected Stripe. So before, my clients would Venmo me, send me money through direct deposits and I don't know, Wise internationally, whatever. So now they can Stripe me. And I've got a task board where I can track all my clients' tasks, which is also linked to portals that I'm going to make for my clients. So I can just have like a spot where they can like maybe make requests. Sometimes they have stuff or they want things done and then they can put it in there. Or then if I maybe want to get stuff approved by them, I'd like to be able to do that as well for my portal. I'll get there. Contacts, I've got contacts, prospect, key opinion leaders, partners, vendors. I don't know, I might change that. I want to add, I don't like that they automatically open when I first click it. So there's some little things that I'll probably fix up here and there, but I want to be able to add more versions of these. If I want to change them around, I want to be able to edit the titles, so little things like that. Companies, so if you work for a company right now, we've got my company and I work for it and my client works for it too, me. And then pipeline, we've got my pipeline and I can move them along my board, tables, charts, different things. I can track my deal funnels along the way. I low-key absolutely despise these colors that we have going on. No offense to this, but like this is not my vibes at all. Proposals and contracts. So I want to be able to send proposals to clients and then I want to be able to track those proposals. And then once they approve the proposal, I want to be able to create a contract. And then I'd like, in a perfect world, for them to be able to sign it and then not just be like housed here. And honestly, I just want to replace everything that I'm using because I don't want to have a million things, like I don't want to have to have one thing to send proposals and signing and this, and then one thing to do this and then this and then this. So that's what we're at currently. And then let's see here. I don't know. We've got our Claude. We've got our this. We've got our that. I don't know. Am I live streaming? Okay, I am live streaming still. So that's that. And yeah, amazing. No views, no concurrent viewers, and no chats. Just what I suspected. Anyways, and then yeah, we've got our proposals, our contracts, and then we can sort and see where they are in the process. I'd like to be able to also invoice my clients as mentioned, so I can create an invoice and then they can pay it. And then reports, so like activity reports and things like that for clients as well. I'd like to be able to send them, and then also just like generating reports for myself, like what's going on. And then a little weekly review, cute. I hate that this is in the middle. I'd like this to be, I don't know, I feel like this is just like dead space. And then again, I hate these colors. I don't like this. And then taxes. I want it to be able to help me with taxes. So I want to be able to track my expenses throughout the year. I want to be able to get some quarterly breakdowns for how much I'm going to owe. And then I'd like to just be able to preemptively do this so that like when it comes to the end of the year, like I'm not doing what I did 2025 and 2024 and 2023. And like, I'm sure that again, I know there's other software out there that can help you on this. Oh, hey Maria. Thanks for joining. One concurrent viewer, one chat. Love to see it. Okay, let's continue. Then I've got my notebooks section, which I love this little section that I've got going on. So I can create a notebook. So right now I've got like Tiana's work notes, but if I want to create like a notebook to me is like what's going to house like that person's stuff. So maybe I want to create a notebook for something I did, an event I went to, or this one's just like miscellaneous things from me. I guess all of them are untitled. But I could make it as a page. So these, oops, ooh, uh-oh. So this is an error. I have to tell them my notebook didn't work. My notebook page didn't work. No, one thing I was reviewing. Let's everything, and my notebooks pages are not showing. I am getting something went wrong. This is what the error details say. Oh, okay, I guess I can't see the end of this, so now I'm stressed. Well, we're just gonna hope that my paste made it on there. So yes, we've got our error that girlfriend's gonna fix because I'm actually going through it right now. We've been like kind of, and by we I mean me and my project. We've been working on things, so it looks like it's messed up my notebook section. Taxes weekly review. Okay, girl. So I guess we'll show that again when it's fixed. And then I've got some clients' portals. So this is my portal, me and mine deliverables for the clients. So when we establish what those are, the documents for my clients. So maybe I'd have like signed stuff here and whatever's going on, client requests, and then analytics. I think that this, I'm not coming in and manually typing this stuff, so I'd like to see if we could have that imported here somehow, and then their reports that I might generate here, and then settings for the client, so they would have their own settings, or I mean they would have their own page that they would be able to view. So this would be like their portal link, and then I could either make their portal active or inactive if they were like my client. And then a welcome message for their end of their portal. And then I am noticing also like somebody's gonna have more than one brand color. So I would like to have this maybe like opened up to like, because I would like to have this as something where I also house what are their brand guidelines and things like that too. So I wouldn't just maybe want like a brand color. I'd maybe even add a spot here for like social or like brand guidelines, something so that I know like what's the tone, what's their writing style, what's what are their fonts, what is their, all of that good stuff. I'd like to be able to have. And then what sections would be visible to them, so I can turn that on and off if I want to, for them to be able to see it. Now I don't know about this warning, why, if it's supposed to say something or what, but we'll also ask about that. And then I've got some gamification going on, and what's this? Focus mode. Okay. Suppress notifications. So let's see if she's fixed my notebook. No. Oh, yes. Okay. We'll let it do its thing. Maria, how was the rest of your day? How was the rest of your life? And yeah, so anyways, now that I have gone through my project, and while it is working on fixing that, I guess, oh, am I supposed to restart it? Still went wrong. Troubleshooting. See, the best thing is this thing can troubleshoot for you. So what did I do? So basically I was like, okay, well, actually, let me back up. So if anybody, and by anybody, the few people who have watched any of my, like, I don't know, I'm sure this one hater is probably going to check in and just see what's going on. But I essentially, somebody who was pretty good, what are you working on? Taxes? No. So yeah, so what I'm doing, I guess today in general, is that I did take my taxes in today. I went and I had to go mail in my California state taxes. That's how I feel about that. So, anyways, but I do, because I work freelance, 1099 from most of my clients, or I get, like a 1099 from them, issued from them. I have to pay taxes quarterly, and I don't actually, you didn't hear this from me, folks, but I haven't, and by folks, I mean Maria, haven't really been doing that so well. So they get their funds at the end of the year when they hear from me. So I want to be more prepared, though. I want to be able to just like start. I mean, like, I know we're a month behind, but I just want to be able to start now. And then when next year comes, everything's logged and tracked. And then it's also all connected to just like all of my invoicing for my clients. I can track all my payments, and then I can just already have everything ready, done here. And then I can also, I'd like to be able to just track my expenses, track my clients, track my hours, track my invoicing, track it all. Basically, it's like my little business portal for me. But I had a major hater come on one of my lives, and he told me a few things. And I was like, okay, well, he was like, I'm never going to drop this. Dangerous. And that I was going to, I don't know, fuck somebody else's shit up. And I was just like, he made a comment and he was like, I made a comment and you said something, you didn't know what you were doing, HTTP, I don't know, or whatever. And I don't know, it didn't have the S at the end, because I guess it was insecure. I don't know. But, and then he told me that I was experiencing Dunning-Kruger, which is like, if anybody knows, like, Dunning-Kruger, it's like, you think you're so smart, but you're actually like, don't realize like what you don't know. So like you think you know so much, but you actually don't know. But like, I am one of those people, and I am actually going to disagree with that sentiment, because I am one of those people that is actively aware of what I don't know, and I don't pretend to know what I don't know. So that's why I ask and I probe. And so that's why today he actually had me thinking, so okay, so if I don't know what I don't know, right? His mistake was in not knowing anything about vibe coding was just getting on and asking it to do something for him, and then seeing that he didn't like it, that it introduced like a lot of issues to a situation. I don't know. He was like, oh, I messed around with it and it gave me nightmares. Okay. Well, sorry, but maybe it's because you don't know how to guide it very well. And so the cool thing about Claude or any of these things is you do literally not have to know how to do it. You just have to know how to probe it and question it and like assign it, and then use the critical thinking. And then one of the things that I have found is you can create, well, not just agents, but you can build out like a bunch of different agents, and then you can create an ecosystem where they all work together and check each other and manage each other and oversee each other's work within your project. So you can be like, okay, I want to have an agent that specializes in front-end web development. I want to have an agent that specializes in back-end web development. I want to have an agent that specializes in user experience, whatever. So I made a bunch of different agents, and then I created a full manual for my Claude that I can put in the project root, or like basically the folder that lives in the folder that says like, this is the document that you will live by to reference. But because it's really long, you don't want it to read the document every single time because it's a lot of lines of code. So it's also got like a little pre-read thing where it's like, okay, read this before you start, and then you can figure out what agents you need to use and assign them to use based on what I'm doing. So if that makes any sense. So anyways, I was just like, okay, well, maybe you just didn't know how to assign your agents right, and you didn't know how to assign skills. And then I'm also noticing like some people and by some people I mean me and maybe anybody new, don't know what is fully the difference between skills and agents. But basically agents, imagine they're a person, imagine they're a robotic person that has a job task. Like they know, like, this is my role, this is like what I do, like I'm an agent. So if I'm an SEO agent, like I oversee SEO. But a skill is like the actual skill to do or execute on that task. So like if I was, let me give a simpler example. If I was an administrative assistant, that, and I was that agent. So, okay, you're my administrative assistant. Okay, great. Now there are preset skills that exist within Claude, like making a PDF or making a document or doing an Excel spreadsheet. Those are skills that exist like already on Claude, but you can make your own skills. So then I could be like, okay, I also want to teach her how to fill out this form or fill out this document or execute on this task. Those are skills that are like very specific. So you could say like, this is this skill, this is this skill. So agents can have access to and use certain skills, but then agents can also have context and like understanding of a situation, if that makes sense. So anyways, long story short, I sat there and I was like, okay, so if I was gonna build an app and I was gonna hire a full team today, who's everybody I'd hire? And then he gives me a list. And then I say, okay, what about this person, And he's like, oh yeah, good call. And then I'm like, okay, well, what about that person? And he's like, okay, good call. Yeah. And then before you know it, right now I have a team of 39 agents. I'm like, I got 39 agents. It's like, it's so dumb. I hate, this is just a me personal thing, but like I don't like being on LinkedIn and people talking about like AI, like they're just like so smart and doing so much, like I have all these agents doing all these things and my agents. It's like, all right, enough. But I do have 39 agents. So we can go through my 39 agents. We can see what all of them are. But I kind of started getting niche. I was like, okay, what about a cultural sensitivity agent? So unnecessary, but also maybe I kind of want it, because one of the things that I want to implement at the beginning is on my dashboard is like, I'd like a nice letter to open up that is like motivational, maybe reminds me of something that kind of helps get me in check, like some manifestation, a little bit of like vision boarding, like picturing. I saw this girl on TikTok, she talked about like having like, she wakes up every morning and she watches her very own like personal manifestation movie or like vision board movie. I don't know. It's like what she wants out of her life. She literally made like a little movie that's like, it's like, good morning, like you are this, you are that, here's pictures of you doing this, doing that, and it's like a full little slideshow. So I think it would be nice to kind of implement some of that as well into this, because that's also like my vibes is like, I need to be motivated, I need motivation. So yeah, that's really the whole vibe. Can we remove the old PNG icons now? Girl, okay. Wait. Let's see if my notebook works. Girl, my notebook still doesn't work. I was just like, yeah, go for it. I didn't even check it. This is what that developer was mad about. Wait. My notebooks and boards are not rendering still. I'm giving you the error, girl. Check it. Check it. That's the same. Thanks for the watch time. I'm trying to get to, so I'm already at 100 hours of watch time. And I was like, if I'm gonna go live anywhere, I may as well go live on YouTube, because that's the closest thing to like getting any, not to be like I go live to get something out of it, but like, what do you think? I started my own TV. It's like I consider these like starting starting an amateur television show out of your living room. So it's like, who wants to start a random amateur television show out of their living room? I mean, I guess unless you get enjoyment out of it, I'm getting enjoyment out of it. But I'm going to keep going until I have way more people chatting with me, because I need more. Why does it keep, it's not working. Need to stop hitting enter. No, I want you to review the boards and the notebook pages. Why are they not rendering? The one thing that I'm still trying to actually figure out is the music situation. I think I'm gonna accept that I can listen to music. Okay. Kill this local host. And then I'll restart. Oh, I didn't mean to double do that. It'll get what I mean. Okay. And also, I said something in the last one about, like, I don't know, random white men bring products to market all the time. And I was like, and you're racist? Girl, please. No, it is not working. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Oops. Now, one thing I'm not at in my life is, like, running stuff on multiple terminals. I like something about, I was like, okay, here we go. I'm like, what if it just messes itself up by trying to think too hard and do too many things at once? Oh, girl. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's working now. And so this is it. So I can do pages. So this is, I kind of think that these should be different colors, or like something that just lets me know. I mean, I did do different icons. So I did a board as a push pin and a page is paperclip, which makes sense to me, but I also think like maybe they could have a different color, or we could have something where it says like pages and boards, just to split it up, because this is a board where, like, if I want to track something, this is for, I guess, a content calendar, but I can make it whatever. But one thing I'm noticing as well is, like, okay, so say I want to rename it, but this is a date. This is obviously a tag. Well, how do I know what type this is? Like I can add to, oh, and then also this falls behind the thing. I don't like that either. So I guess I would need to add a phone. So this is a phone number type. Okay. So I can do anything here. I can track anything. Okay. And then I don't like this. This is ugly. So we'll fix that. And then I can switch it to this. And then again, these ugly colors, this ugly orange and purple and green is ugly as hell. And then the pages that I like, I kind of wanted to have like that Notion style vibe going on, but I also wanted to marry the OneNote vibes. And then I'm thinking also like, okay, so new content calendar. Say I want to add a page, say it's a blog post. I don't know if I'd like to be able to add a page that then links back in here, but also to this. So maybe I need to figure out how I would organize that. Yeah, I got to figure out mentally, like, how am I going to organize that? And then shooby-dooby-doo. Yeah, I'm not crazy about, I'm not sure that this is really tracking what I'd like to track either. But yeah, okay, so let's see. So now that is working, let's talk about all the different 39 random jobs that I gave my Claude. And this is for people who are just like, okay, I'm just getting started with vibe coding. I kind of want to make something, but maybe there's some things that like I don't want to mess up my first time around. There are some standard best practices that we could follow that would make it so that we're not going rogue. Because some of the things that can happen, and you'll notice if you just start building and you don't give it a lot of direction, you could be like, okay, add another page for this, add a page for this, and add a page for this. And you'll start to notice, because it has to compact and it has to clear its context history. And like the context history is what lets it know what everything you were talking about before. And then when it compacts, it like, I literally actually don't know what the heck it does when it compacts, but it does reduce your conversation down so that it like is able to have more working memory. So if you're compacting and you're clearing context, sometimes you go, okay, like add a new thing randomly. It's going to go, and it's just going to go off of its own vibes, right? Unless you give it really clear and specific instructions. So from the beginning, you can and like, again, I didn't learn any of this from the beginning. I was like, oh, what? You can do all this? This is kind of neato potato. But you can be really clear in what you give it before so that it doesn't go rogue. So we can follow some best practices. So we're going to go through what are all the different jobs that I gave my person, my person Claude. Where is it? Okay, my vibe code protocol. I got everything in here. It's like if you've seen if you've ever watched Saturday Night Live, where it's Stefan and he's like, this club has everything. Midgets coming down on parachutes, pina coladas with no colada, just dumb stuff like that. It literally has everything. So let's see here if we can get it to load. So as I mentioned before, it is really long, so it does have like a directory at the beginning so that my Claude will read it first. But let's look at my vibe code protocol. So this is something that I can add to all of my projects at the beginning, and I can add other people or like other agents and other skills to this overall protocol. And I'm certain I could have like different protocols for different projects. So if I was doing a website, maybe versus doing a web app versus doing something else, but in general the jobs are still the same. It's just kind of like people that work at a company. So I say treat Claude like your coworker that you kind of just like tell to do stuff. He's like your personal assistant coworker, and you just go like, oh, go, you know what, go do this for me, please. Do this. Could you do this? What about that? And then he just goes off and away. So let's see. Can I combine that with this? No, I can't. Okay. So let us see here. My vibe code protocol is for me for my freelance app. So again, this is very specific to me. And so yeah, it tells it, do not read the entire thing every time, because you're just gonna waste you know, its scanning abilities to like be trying to read more. But here is which agents would be deployed given that the task involves this certain thing. So if the task involves a new feature build, I've got my architect, I've got my code quality specialist, I've got my UX, my design auditor, and somebody who does QA. And by somebody, I mean this agent. If it's modifying existing code, if it's doing different work, and then so I've got all these different sorts of things, and then they all like audit each other and then have different functions in the system. And it's got a quick reference for itself. So this is just for Claude. Like this is your quick reference guide. Like here's your agents if you need them. This is what they do at a basic level. And I kept going like, okay, yeah, like I said to it, I was like, okay, if you had a dream hire and you could add one more person to this roster, who would it be? And then it would give me somebody and be like, all right, think bigger. If you could hire 3 more people, who would they be? So you could just keep adding people all day. So you know, if you want to go in and then take like everybody at your corporate company, copy every single job title that they have, the major functions, and then just be like, all right, here's my team, run a corporate company. And so yeah, this document governs Claude code, how it operates within the project. It tells it to read the relevant sections based on the task, reference certain directives continuously, and then when in doubt, reread the relevant agent section, which I was gonna say, I wonder if that's why it like wasn't able to figure out my other thing the first time, and it kept being like, okay, well, do you want to do the icons? Girl, I don't want to do the icons. But it gives it some rules. So don't remove existing functionality without approval. So one of the things that's really annoying is like you tell it to do something else, and then you go back and you check, and then like what you just put on there is gone. You're like, girl, I just told you about this thing. For it to confirm the scope before it just starts. So one of the things I did really early on in my Claude is like in my settings, like you have the spot where you can go and add in to your settings. And like I immediately said, like, before you start producing anything, coding anything, building anything, like, do ask me clarifying questions. I want you to understand, like, what is the purpose of being built? What's my desired goal or outcome in building it? I want to make sure that we're aligned on what's that outcome. When I request changes, if it's a large build, confirm that I want to add those things. Don't make any changes or add anything else, but immediately starting to rebuild it. Because sometimes if you notice, like, if you just actually are starting to go before you give it any instructions, you're like, I kind of want to do this. And then it gets carried away. It acts like it's like, oh, well, what about this? Oh, then let me just start doing this. And it's like, wait, reel it back in, girl, reel it back in. So I did give it some special things. Just some stuff about like JavaScript, which my girl, she kind of gave me some of these things. My preferences. So this is just like, how do I prefer to write? I do not like when it just starts going like on a drift and like uses all these like, this is that and this is that. I'm like, I don't write like that and I don't talk like that and I don't like to read shit like that. So I give it some things like, don't use it's not X, it's Y. I literally hate that. It's like how I want my model to talk to me like a long-term collaborator who wants the best for me, even when it means being honest. I do not want this thing blowing smoke up my ass, you guys. Then I'm going to turn into Kendra from TikTok, and then I'm going to start thinking that I'm like some oracle, and Instead, I'm just having like AI psychosis on live, and like I don't want that. And reasoning and accuracy. So it is an absolute requirement that you remain grounded in logic, real evidence, not vague generalities. If an answer needs assumptions, state what the assumptions are clearly. If you're unsure, say so rather than guessing or hallucinating just to satisfy me. So I want it to tell me like, okay, like if I'm saying something outlandish, which it does, I'll be like, why do MAGA people do this? And it'll be like, I want to flag something here. And I'll be like, okay, tell me why though. So yeah, never invent data, quotes, frameworks. I don't want it to like make shit up just to satisfy me. Like, tell me if it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. Like, I don't need you to again, blow smoke up my ass. So my writing style and constraints, and again, this could go on a little long. I took some of this from my chat GPT too, because when I like broke up with my chat, I was like, all right, chat, you're done. Like, I'm moving over to Claude. Like, give me the rundown about what you learned that I like over here, and then I'll just go bring it over there, because I'm not wasting my time with you. Some of it I kept, some of it I didn't like. So I think like the broetry, that's from ChatGPT. I'm like, I don't know what broetry is, but I don't like it. And yeah, marketing cliches, triadic phrasing, like it's just so formulaic, like the way that it writes. I'm just like, don't do that. Let's see. Some things. So yeah, how does my brain work? I like summaries before long explanations. I like to break down things into steps. If I'm overwhelmed, name it. Help me choose a small action. External structure and accountability support me, which I do. I like seeing things. I like building things. Sometimes though, I'm like, girl, you know what I asked. Like, you're doing too much now. So if it's obvious what I'm asking, like, I don't need you to ask me some clarifying questions. So it's kind of like, do this, but don't do that. But do this, but don't do that. But be her, but don't be that. So you're my perfect person. Create a creative and professional work. So yeah, my natural voice. I've given it some of my writing too. So like in other projects and things like that, like I've put in some of the stuff that like the way that I like stuff. It's not always right. And then guardrails. So if I'm catastrophizing, which it took my chat GPT, is that how you spell catastrophizing? Is this even a word? If it was, oh, I guess it is. Catastrophizing, that's how you spell it. Spiraling, people pleasing, or taking on unnecessary emotional labor, name it. Sometimes it does that a little bit too much. I might remove this line, because sometimes it's literally like, Tiana, you need to set a boundary with that person. And I'm like, whoa, you don't even have all the context. Like, what are you talking about? It's like, no, trust me, set a boundary, walk away. And I'm like, okay, girl, relax. Output format, so use structure when it clarifies, not out of habit, give me whatever, all of this, and then, but also be flexible. So everything above is guidance. It's not a cage. And treat these patterns as tendencies, not fixed identities. There's nothing I hate worse than a bitch who assigns you an identity and you cannot be moved from it. And yeah, adjust to context. Don't lock me into old behavior. So sometimes like I get stuck on an idea, but like, okay, what if it changes? Sometimes it brings up stuff. It's like, girl, enough. That's how I talk to my agent. Is my thing is like, I say, girl, enough. Let's see. Can I add that in there? There we go. So my bad. Code protocol again. Let's get back to it. So yeah, you could put all that stuff though in your other one, like in your main situation. This is how long this thing is. So like, I mean, I'm not gonna force everybody to go through everything. Like, we're not about to read all this shit, but you will get the idea. Is that we can have people for everything. So I just started getting crazy. I want to find the list of all the people that I hired. How about we just ask it? Could you provide me a list of all the agents that we have hired for my award-winning team, and what does each of them specialize in? I'd like a summary. So we'll just get it to tell us what's all our agents. So we've got 7 people on our core technical team, which also, if anybody's like, get more agents, I've been thinking of agents that you don't have. Get this agent, tell me. I'll make her today. I'll spin her up today. I think I talked about it, making an agent maker and a skill maker too. So like I can make the agent to make us to be a skill, or I can make an agent that makes skills. So honestly, like the whatever you're like, can I get it to do that? Can I get it to do its own work, to do its own work, to do its own self? Ask it. And the answer is probably yes. Like, okay, so instead of me now making the skill, I can make an agent that's going to make the skill. Great. So then what does that agent do? And then what does that look like? So, okay, so maybe that agent goes and researches this skill that it's going to make, and it finds maybe a certain number of resources on that skill, and then it drafts a certain plan, and then it does something. So I don't know, we can mess around with that. But right now I have 7 core technical people on my team. I have an architect, so it works on project structure, file organization, dependencies, patterns, and just kind of, you know, the house that we're setting all our vibes in. So lead architect. I've got a design auditor, so we have design tokens, consistency, spacing, making sure all the buttons look the same everywhere, because that just was something that I was like, okay, you're pissing me off. Like, why are the buttons different everywhere? So let's get some consistency, and not just consistency in, buttons, but like card style and fonts and everything. So just to make sure that everything is the same, like you can create some design consistency there. And then UX specialist. So I've got user flows, usability, empty states, loading states, and then just like, does this make sense to a human? Code quality engineer, so checking the syntax, error handling. It's going to make sure, I don't know what the hell spaghetti code is, but it's going to make sure that our plate is empty, and it's going to follow patterns. And then a security specialist, so authorization, input validation, data protection. How could someone break this? And a performance specialist, so they will check speed, image optimization, bundle size, why is this slow? So converting things like PNGs to WebP, doing that stuff, like I don't have to do it. So that's probably a skill, right, that this performance specialist has, is if I give you a picture, can you take that PNG and convert it to WebP? That's an example of a skill that an agent can have. And then a QA tester. So they're going to test protocols, regression, and then did we break something that was working? So I'm assuming my QA tester, my gal, really came in and did what she needed to do here to get this my thing working again. And then marketing and business. So these were ones that were like very outside of development that I wanted to add, because I want them to have context. Like I want them to be smart enough I want them to be smart to be able to build with like more in mind. Like I want, because I'm a very business oriented person, so I want some of this stuff like already to be thought about. Like I want, like if there's going to be dashboards, like do I have a financial analyst on my team? Like do like what's like, what are you doing? Like what are you like pulling your weight, like an analytics specialist? So like they're going to set up, track events, debug why data isn't showing. I wanted an SEO specialist, even though like this is a web app, I don't know, whatever. Calls to actions, forms, landing pages, copy editor, integration specialist, so somebody that's going to be responsible for connecting APIs, connecting platforms, webhooks, making all my systems talk to each other. There's somebody that is a documentation specialist. So this documentation specialist is responsible for documenting everything. You guys, it documents the README files, comments, handoffs. It's going to make SOPs for me along the way. And then it also is tracking like logs. So, and then it's also tracking a decision log. Like, why did we do this? When did we do this? What day did we do this? So like everything is tracked. I've got a CRM expert. So like somebody who understands lifecycle stages, automations, integrations like HubSpot, MailerLite. Privacy and compliance. So GDPR, cookies consent, data handling. Are we legal? A UI specialist, so visual polish, micro interactions, animations, making it feel good. Yes, I do feel so good when I love my little app. I haven't even used it yet. I just like been sitting here messing around with it, but like I'm gonna start using it this month. I'm gonna issue all my invoices with it this month. I did one last month. just to like get the PDF thing going, because it can generate PDFs from within here too, which is like another skill. You can have like PDF generator. And one of the cool things that you could do is, say you have your own thing, like your own template in Canva, you could literally take your own template in Canva. You can make a skill to generate a PDF with like things filled out in that spot. So say you guys have forms that you fill out or whatever that you need to do, like maybe you could like take a picture of that form. It could have the skill to then take what's on that form and then auto fill out a piece of paper that maybe you've already like given it what you want it to do, and then it just like does it. It's, I don't know, you can do whatever. You can literally just go crazy. Start thinking like, what could I do? Can I do it? Just ask it. It might tell you yes. Because there's one thing that I do actually want to try, maybe while we're on this live, when we get to the end of all the different people, is a GA4, a Google Analytics and Google Tag Manager agent. And this agent can set up all the tags for me, and then I can import all of the tags into Tag Manager and then track everything from there. So imagine how key that would be, right? Instead of having to manually go through and set up Tag Manager and set everything up, like all your event listeners and all of your tracking or whatever, like it can just do it for you. You can make an agent that specializes in GA4 and understands everything. And then there's also agents that can specialize in ads. And then there's also agents that can specialize in, I don't know, whatever. You can get crazy. So, I've got an AI automation specialist. I wanted some like a cost. This person is a cost management also for AI. So making sure like, okay, like, are we making sure that we're not just like blowing through all of our tokens or whatever the heck. And then a workflow specialist, which you would think that these could be the same, but they're actually different. So this person does integration, prompt, safety, cost management for AI features, but the workflow specialist understands about automations, triggers, how do we automate it? Maybe they're specialists in Zapier, but honestly, like, I'm not going to get a Zapier. Why would I need a Zapier when I can just do everything? For the most part, I figured out I don't need Zapier to do any of this shit, but good that you know about it. My research specialist, so they're going to find resources, evaluate info, stay current, so make sure you're staying up to date, my queen. This is where I started to kind of go off the rails a little bit. This person, a financial analyst, so budget, pricing strategy, ROI, does this make money? So they're going to check maybe even just like me working, like, does my time equate to what I'm doing? Because most of my clients are on retainer. So what if in the end my thing is like, okay, like the amount of time that you're spending on XYZ tasks like are actually not a very good return on your investment. So this person's going to be able to analyze my stuff. And they're also, maybe I add a tax specialist to my team too. I probably should if I'm going to have my taxes in there. And again, this is not available for people to download right now or ever. I don't know. Maybe people are like, oh, I would use that, but it's for me. So I can put a tax specialist in here and it's just for me. And I don't have to make sure that I follow any like random law that anybody said that I had to follow or like get any, whatever. I'm just like rambling. So yes, I've got a product strategist. So they're going to look at user journeys. What does that look like? Self-serve versus high touch. How do we reduce friction across my app? And then I've got a functional tester. So different from QA, this thing actually goes through and goes through the system, and then does some regression testing. So they will try to break whatever we're doing and then report back. And then an accessibility specialist. So this person again is going to make sure that our app is accessible, has the right things to be accessible. And then I've got a brand guardian. Oh, guardian of the brands. So keep the brand consistent, use the style guides, and does this match our brand? Some of these maybe we can consolidate, but no, just everybody have their own little job. A DevOps specialist, so deployment, CI/CD monitoring, and how do we ship this safely? API design specialist. Okay, it's like, okay, API. Didn't we have an API person? Or no? Whatever. I'm like, how many of you guys have the same job? But I think that they have different versions of, I don't know. Honestly, I was like, just give everybody a job. A mobile specialist. So, mobile PWA specialist, offline support, touch interactions, and installability. investor grade. I was like, oh, okay, like what else do we need to make sure that we have like in here? So some rev op. So how are we gonna manage payments, subscriptions, failed payments, churn, pricing, psychology of the app in general, growth loops. So like maybe it does become a live app. Like how do people get referred to it? What's how could it grow? What are some strategies around that? Gamification. So how can this continue to stay gamified but ethically, and then a data analyst, turning metrics into decisions. We've got, what does this data mean? So we've got an analytics specialist, but we've also got a data analyst. So working together. And then scale and moat. So content strategies. So content as growth engine, SEO content, lead magnets, a community manager. So that's cute. A customer success manager, proactive retention, health scores, expansion revenue, and preventing churn, competitive intelligence, tracking competitors, positioning, win loss analysis, and market trends. So you can make, if you have your own startup, like I would go and have at least these guys added additionally, and maybe whatever you're doing, because these are just people that can kind of come in and look at other stuff based off of what you got going on, and maybe help you on the other end, the growth end. And quick reference by task. So here's how that works, and then the breakdown. Now I was thinking, how can we make these better? What could we do to make these better? I don't know. Should we consolidate? Let's just ask it. Like, okay, say, okay, say this was your team. You took a look at everyone and you said, OMG, wait, we totally forgot to hire this guy. I can't believe we forgot to hire that person. He's so important to our team. He does so much, and his role is just not filled in this lineup. What agent would you hire? I'm like, you think about it, not me. This is the thing, is like, I don't know, you think about it. Let's see. What do you think, girl? Oh yeah, I also always tell it to not be biased too. Cause I'm like, but I mean, at the end of the day, I just want, I'm like, yeah, be as matter of fact, like as straight down the line as possible. Like I don't want you to fart me around, for lack of a better term. So yeah, go through your critical gaps. Okay, so oh my God, we don't have a debugger. So when it's 11 p.m. and something is broken and you're staring at red error message you don't understand. Who? Nobody. Does this make sense, or am I high? I'm like reading it 3 times. When it's 11 p.m. and something is broken and you're staring at a red error message you don't understand, nobody. I don't know. Either I'm high or like it's not fully making sense to me. That's that little segment. I mean, like I get what it means, but I'm like, does that make sense? But why does this matter? So it's working and it's not now. I got an error, even though you were able to fix it. They paste the error into Claude. They say fix this. Claude patches the system without finding the root cause. Then it breaks again differently. Okay, so what the debugger would do? What's changed right before this broke? What's the actual error message? Is it a code error, a data error, a connection error? Can we produce it? Can we reproduce it consistently? What's the smallest version of this that still breaks? Have we checked the console, the network tab, the server logs? Are we fixing the symptom or the cause? Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. Claude needs this agent apparently. Okay, well, I mean, we've been going through this. You've been hiring a bunch of people and you never hired the debugger. So maybe now I have 40 agents, but let's actually hire a few more people. Let's just kind of see like, okay, great. Now we just got funding. Let's run it through some hypotheticals. Amazing, Claude. Now imagine you just got Series A funding. You are on cloud nine and you say, this app is about to go crazy style. I get to hire 10 more people with jobs and roles that are yet to exist, but are going to take this company that we have created full of AI agents to the top. We are well-rounded, highly sophisticated, and we execute on everything from top to bottom. Absolutely amazing. I don't know. I'm really just riffing here, but we'll just see what it says. Okay, we'll see. Let's see. Oh, let's turn you off. Like, I don't know. You better. I'm like this, and so these are my new hires. Welcome to my agent company. Okay, Series A money. Let's build a championship roster. Okay, so we already discussed the debugger. Great. Okay. Okay, the chaos engineer. Oh, okay, what? Okay, so opposite to the debugger, the chaos engineer specializes in breaking things on purpose. So most agents prevent problems. This one creates them intentionally in a controlled way to find weaknesses before users do. So what happens if the database goes down? What if the API returns garbage? What if 1,000 users hit submit at the same time? What if someone pastes 10,000 characters into the input field? What if payment provider times out? If I can break it, so can production. So that's actually, I like that. The user whisperer. Okay, so I guess this is different than a customer service person. And I have never heard of a user whisperer in my entire life. I don't know anybody who knows of a user whisperer. If you're hiring for a user whisperer at your company, let me know. But what do they need versus what they say they want? So it's different from UX and it's different from customer success. This agent synthesizes support tickets, feature requests, rage clicks. Oh yeah, abandoned flows, what users do versus what they say. So finds the patterns, identifies the unspoken needs. So most users don't want a faster horse, they want to get somewhere quicker, which this user whisperer I think would be, if you have a website, would be really nice to deploy on that website, because we can see a lot from like rage clicks, heat maps, like people are frustrated, like if they're trying to book a demo or they're trying to get through to something and they try to get to A to B and then like they time out somewhere, you get, I guess, pretty aligned for like where are they dropping out. The legacy translator, so migrations, upgrades, transitions without burning it all down. That's great. I like that. So moving from one database to another, upgrading frameworks without breaking everything, switching providers, handling depreciated APIs, version upgrades that don't destroy the app. So I guess as time goes on, that's a great person to have. I don't think that these names exist in real companies, though. I really think they're actually just making shit up at this point, but that's okay. I'm going to let it happen. The incident commander. So they're different from postmortems, which happen after. This is during the crisis. So who's doing what? What's the status? What do we communicate to users? What's the rollback plan? And who makes the call? Okay. So this is like, everything's on fire. My shit crashed. What are you doing? And like we have a bunch of people reaching out to support. I guess this is the person that's going to crisis management for when inevitably all my agents turn against each other and my company collapses. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Panic is not a strategy. I like how they each have a motto. The old system and the new system will coexist peacefully, or else. The demo storyteller, making the product shine when it matters. So cute. Investor demos, okay. Serve sales calls. So again, this stuff. If you're doing stuff like, you better get your demo storyteller agent on it. I don't know. Actually, we don't know. I don't know if this girl is working good or not. I don't know. I've never seen her demo storytelling. So we'll see. But sales calls, product hunt launches, conference presentations, show me what it does moments. So knows what to show, what to hide, what order creates the wow, turns features into stories. So you don't demo features, you demo transformations. Nice, I agree. The platform architect. So it's different beyond our architect. Okay. So thinks beyond the app ecosystem. So what if other people built on top of this? What would our public API look like? How do we become the things others integrate with? What's our plugin extension strategy? How do we create lock-in through ecosystem, not just features? Thinks about the product as infrastructure that other people would depend on. So, okay, is going to be integrated with your Teams, is going to be integrated with your Google. I don't know, like, what is it going to take for us to be able to integrate with like the things that you also rely on, so that you're not like, well, because there have been plenty of times, right, where you want to do something and then you find out, well, it doesn't integrate with this thing. So like, not going to do it. Happens all the time. So that's what that person's for. The technical debt collector. So they're actively hunting and paying down technical debt. I didn't know you could pay it down. So it's different from our documentation log. So they're tracking all the known debt, quantifying the cost of keeping it, prioritizing what to pay down, schedules debt payment into sprints. And I don't even fully stand what this means. So let's figure out, because I did not know that you could repay technical debt. Let's ask it. But debt with no repayment plan is just denial. I agree. The pricing scientist. Okay, pricing is a growth lever, not just a member. Pricing experiments, A/B test pricing pages, packaging, value metrics, willingness to pay, research, discount strategy, when to raise prices, different from a financial analyst who tracks the money and RevOps who handles transactions. Pricing is the most underleveraged growth tool. The AI ethics officer, that is a good person to have, because I have a mental health specialist and then I have something else, but AI ethics. So responsible AI before it's a problem. So as AI features increase, bias detection and outputs, transparency about what's AI generated, data privacy in AI context, preventing manipulation, user consent and controls, and should we build this? Not just can we. Move fast and don't break trust. And the onboarding alchemist. So they turn signups into power users, different from customer experience or customer success. This is specifically the first 7 days, which I completely agree. The first few days of a user's experience with your app is going to determine whether or not they're going to keep it or not. You can, I'm sure, tell from your own experience, like when you've downloaded something, you're like, okay, whatever, you click your little side button and you download it. It's like, if I open it, it's like kind of confusing me and like it's not making sense. Then I don't open it again and like I didn't use it immediately for the thing that I tried to get it for. I'm getting it off my phone immediately. I'm like, you're just wasting space. So how do you not waste space? So here's our new championship roster. We're adding a debugger to the technical foundation, but let's like probe this a little bit more. This is what I just sit here and do all day, you guys. I just literally, I'm like, you keep asking questions. Well, like, what about this? Like, how can we build this out? How can we make them more like but like, when does it actually become enough? You know, is the question. When do we have enough people hired? So now we have 49 agents. Hey, who knows? I don't know. If somebody out there has a better agent team, let me know. If I'm missing anybody from my team that you have on your team, let me know. I want to add on my team. But I'm doubting that you have a mental health specialist or a cultural specialist on your team. So you might as well go at them. You better go at them. I mean, it doesn't hurt, I guess. So I have the most well-rounded AI-assisted development team ever assembled. Facts. Let's ask it again, though. Let's just check. Amazing. Thank you so much for compiling this award-winning team. I'd like you to check to make sure that none of my people do the same role or that they aren't really overlapping. Can any of these people be consolidated? And then if any of those people could be consolidated, let me know. Because maybe we don't need like, do we really need 49 agents? Because then that just adds more skills that have to be, or like agents that have to be split up across tasks. But if one agent could have more awareness, but I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm asking. So, oh, it's still listening to me talk. Turn that off. It's like I mute it, but then I go away and then I start talking shit about everybody, and then I'm like, you just see it like me, what I was saying, just like railing off, talking shit about a bunch of people. Okay, so overlap analysis. So I knew there was some overlap here. These are the same job with different titles. Okay, see, I see, maybe we need an HR specialist, and she'll get better at hiring. So that can be consolidated. So customer experience and onboarding alchemist. Okay, again, same thing. Verdict, heavy on overlap. Both own the new user journey. And then design auditor and UI specialist. Related but different. So we'll maybe keep those separate. So, and then privacy and compliance and AI ethics. Okay, so are these the same but different? Verdict, both ask what are we doing, but in different domains. I mean, I think we should keep them separate because, like, we're building with AI. We're building an AI, like, why wouldn't we'll just keep them separate? And we're building AI heavy products. Well, we're literally asking AI. So, so seem similar but are actually distinct. Okay, so I'm not going to spend time reading that. Just trust that we believe that it knows that they're different and distinct. So it's going to consolidate 2 roles, clean up my roster to 47. Thanks, girl. And amazing. So want me to vibe? Yeah, but let's ask it actually. Cool. Now that you consolidated that, I want you to think, would it be beneficial to have somebody that is an agent that specializes in creating skills? And if that agent specializes in creating skills, what would be the process to creating a skill to make sure that that agent has the skills to create a skill to be able to assign a skill to another agent? If you catch my drift. Because basically what I wanted is I want an agent to make the skill, but to be able to do the research to figure out, make the skill, and then figure out what agent needs that skill and then like give it to that. Okay, so that's the critical, of course. Well, you should have known, not me. So no one's responsible for creating those procedures. Great. So, and that's not sustainable. Well, you're supposed to tell me what's not sustainable. So this is the thing. And you guys, the thing also is like, at first I got a little bit anxious when that guy was like, but I'm not afraid to learn live. Like, I'm not afraid to learn and figure things out in front of everybody and look a little stupid. So what I was doing was not sustainable, everybody. You heard it here first. So the case for a skill creator agent. So we do have our main skills, but who decides when to create one? So Claude has a skill creator skill, but that's a tool, not a perspective. But agents have perspective. So that's like the difference is like an agent has perspective of a situation, a skill is a task. So the agent has the perspective of what to think, but then the skill gets created. So right now, this is how it's, I guess, working. So I need somebody whose job it is to identify when a skill is needed, build the skill properly, connect it to the right agent, and then maintain improving it over time. So I've got my skill architect, and they specialize in that. They're going to train. There you go. I made an agent that's going to train my other agents. You could just literally. And then I'm also going to make an agent that goes around and gives ice cream sandwiches to everybody on Friday. And then I'm going to make those agents all say thank you for the ice cream sandwich on Friday. I don't know. You can do anything, really. Think bigger. So this agent is going to ask what tasks keep getting done. Because this is like, okay, well, maybe you're like, I don't even know what skill to make, right? This is like already like, this is just going to assess like, okay, what do you keep doing repeatedly? Okay, well, let's just make a skill for this. Like, I've noticed that you have been doing this consistently over and over and over again. Let's just knock that repeated process out of your thing. But sometimes you literally don't even know that. You're like, okay, well, if I could make a skill, what would I do? Well, like PDF maker already exists. So like, I'm not going to make a PDF maker to make so like, well, let's just see, like GA4 is something I can make. So I'm gonna try. We'll see. And then what's scope the skill, what's the input, output, steps between, common mistakes to avoid. And after I create a skill, did it produce my expected output? Was anything confusing? So here's the process. I'm not going to go through it. We're just going to trust that it did it right, because that's what we do. We just blindly follow what Claude says. And it will test the skill. And then phase 5, it's going to iterate on that, and then it'll connect it to agents. So it'll figure out which agent, document it, and then when each agent should invoke the skill. And then it'll update the skill mapping, because right now I've got a map at the beginning that rotates who does what, and like it assigns projects to Claude based off of what it needs to be done. So now this person is going to maintain, this is my person. Maybe I should, you know what? Maybe I should hire an HR person, because maybe I hire HR and HR assesses what are the gaps in our company and then makes the case for hiring a new agent. So let's do that after. So the agent, I know what to think about. The skill knows how to produce the task, the output, the thing now exists. So for instance, SEO specialist is going to check meta tags, semantic HTML, core web vitals, and then they are going to implement the SEO skill. And then like here is how to add meta tags in React. And then properly optimize my page with all of those elements. And then it would update the roster. Amazing. So amazing. Thank you so much for hiring that person for me. Now, I was thinking, would it be beneficial to hire an HR manager who would then be also able to review all of the agents, establish what people we would need to hire, and then in a hypothetical world, hire on a new agent, and then this new agent would be adopted into this new workforce, and then the agent that makes the skills would be able to quote unquote onboard that new agent and make sure that that new agent has all of the skills and all of the knowledge needed to execute on its new job role. Am I making sense? Can you map this out? Because yeah, let's just hire HR. Oh yeah, and I did block that one guy, so he can't make comments on my thing anymore from his page. So if he wants to make a comment, he's gonna have to go log into his Finsta, his FinTube, and then he will have to comment from his other one, because yeah, even if he was gonna watch it, he was blocked. So I can keep talking crap about him, I guess. Some hypothetical man who I've never met, who's just like some elusive character in the distance. You fueled me. That's what you did. You didn't know. You fueled me. So I am making perfect sense. I'm building a self-evolving system. This is where it kind of gets scary. I feel like we're kind of getting into Molt book territory, right? Like what if all of a sudden my HR person just went rogue and started just hiring the fuck out of everybody? So I've got an HR manager. They're going to audit the system, identify gaps, and hire a new agent. Then they're going to hand off to the skill architect that's going to onboard the new agent, identify what skills they need, create and assign skills. My new agent is now fully operational and ready to be invoked. And this is how I build a team that can grow itself. Amazing. Now I'm creating a self-growing AI agent team. So my AI manager will specialize in team composition, gap analysis, hiring new agents, performance review. It's going to review the performance of my other agents. Amazing. Ooh, I should tell it. For agents that continuously make errors, we need to call them into MDC. Just kidding. That's what we had when I was in a sorority. It's called MDC. It's like where you get in trouble, but like, of course, that's not going to happen. It's going to be a virtual MDC. So they're going to audit the team, do a gap analysis, write the job description, hire, onboarding, performance review, and restructure. Their questions. Perfect. So, okay, so which agents have been invoked, which agents are never used, are any agents doing the same job? Are there any tasks happening that no agent owns? Is the routing table accurate? What keeps falling through the cracks? What do we need a new capability for? Is the new agent or a skill for an existing agent who would work alongside this new hire? What problem do they solve? What perspective do they bring? What questions can they ask? What checklist should they use? Amazing. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. I'm building just its own little, I'm literally building a self-contained company. And then during onboarding and handoff, so great. And then during performance review. Perfect. So new hire template. Amazing. So what I am going to ask it to do, so now I have 49 agents. Iconic. Thank you so much. Could you just do one final pass and make sure that I'm not missing any person? You know, I was watching my friend Quad H earlier, and by friend, I mean random person that popped into my live one time, and now I'm like, gotta support the vibe coders out there. But could you, he had a scrum master. Should I add a scrum master? Not scrub. Who's gonna manage our sprints? I was like, what is that sound? Okay. I am right to flag this. What's missing? Yeah. So we don't have somebody who's managing the project. We don't have a project coordinator. Nobody's tracking this. Who's tracking? Nobody! We have people to do the work, and we have an HR to manage the team, but nobody who manages the work. So yeah, we're gonna add a project coordinator, but it's not gonna be a scrum master. It's gonna be, that's corporate, implies a rigid methodology. I agree. So for vibe coding, yeah, we're just vibing, right? Yeah, no bureaucracy here. The project flow manager, hell yeah. And so they're going to keep us on track, manage our priorities, prevent scope creep, and coordinate sprints. And then the agent who asks, what are we actually shipping and when? And so the agent will say, what's the one main thing we're shipping? What are the 2 to 3 supporting tasks? What are we explicitly not doing? What does done look like? Are there any blockers? And then during the build, we'll go through. And then after, what do we ship? What got cut? And what did we learn? Perfect. So little project coordinator. The magic of 50. Thanks. Self-managing, self-training, self-coordinating, 47 specialists ready to be invoked for any task. This isn't just a team, it's a system that evolves. I do want to double check it one more time. I'm like, I know I can keep going and we can keep going, but let's just double check. Amazing. Now, just because I was able to flag this and that was a clear gap that we had, and you still hadn't thought of it after giving you the chance to hire as many people as you could. We literally got Series A funding and you had the go around and you didn't think to hire a project manager. This isn't a knock on you because I didn't think to hire a project manager either. But because of the fact that we both had a little mental brain fart and a pitfall in this analysis of who we should add to our team, I feel like we're probably overlooking a really key important part of our team that has just been waiting in the wings to be called out and wants to get hired. And right now the economy is really terrible. So do 3 new job titles a favor and add them to our roster, but only if you actually think it's a gap that we haven't covered, like the project manager. Let's, I don't know, give it a little story, your life story. And then I'll add it to here. all day long. I don't know. I need it. I'd like to get a new TikTok sound into my head, but I think I'm gonna die in this house. Dun-dun-dun. I think I'm gonna die in this house. Okay, so it defaulted to technical, marketing, revenue growth, and meta, but what it didn't think about, the unsexy critical work. Okay. So who runs A/B testing? Nobody. Oh, well, of course. Who runs A/B testing? Amazing. So we've got a conversion specialist, a data analyst, but nobody runs it. Oh my God. And then who captures why? I thought we did. I thought we did have something. I thought we do have a decision log, but I thought that's a document person. You told me that we had, I'm going to double check on this because I think we have a document person. And then who tells users what shipped, demo storyteller, channel content status, but change logs, release notes. We do this. This is a document person. So I need you. So I think that the document person is correct, but as far as I thought that, oh wait, sorry, actually, I erased that. So I feel like the experiment lead person would make sense for making sure that we follow a sound experimental design and use the scientific method and make sure that we have things like p-values, null, etc., etc. But I thought that we had a document specialist that updated change logs, documented what was changed and why it was changed. I did think that we had that. Okay, so it doesn't explicitly discuss business decisions, strategy, memory, and meeting notes. Okay, so option A, expand it. I think it would just be better to just expand the role. Yeah, I didn't think we needed that. And then my roster, experimental lead, knowledge curator. Okay. I think you should expand the document specialist to have the role that you proposed for the knowledge curator, add the experimentation lead, and then actually go through every single person's job. And then I want you to assess what are all the key roles of a Fortune 500 company that makes an exorbitant amount of money every year. What do they have that my team doesn't have? Just keep challenging it. But I think I'll be good after 50. This will be the last time, and then I'll just add it in there, and then we'll carry on to the next thing that I said I wanted to do. Okay, so it's expanding the documentation specialist, adding the experimental lead, full roster review, perfect, do the full thing. I got 23 marketing and business people. Amazing. Listing jobs. Seriously. So funny. Okay, so Fortune 500 gap analysis. Okay, so CEO, but that's me. I'm the CEO. So, okay, so I guess this would be the person that oversees the person. So they're the executive person that's going to oversee each of those roles. Do we really need them? Oh, legal. That would be. Oh, these are things. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm high. I'm not really high, but well, maybe a little bit. But this is what it's saying. There is no gap here. We don't need that. But this is a gap. I agree. We don't have any legal risk management, internal audits. So we should do this. Fortune 500 would have corporate communications or PR. Okay, so we have a partial. So let's expand on that person. And then strategic partnerships. Gap. Nobody's in charge. Oh my God. Data governance. So we've got partial coverage here. And then operations. So there's a gap in vendor management. Okay. And then research and development. Okay. Perfect. So the hires that actually matter. Yeah. Okay. So we'll do that. And then we'll just. What I now have versus a Fortune 500. Okay, thanks. I have a legal department. I got risk management, business development, finance, marketing, engineering, HR, training, data operations, customer strategy, innovation, quality, security, and communications. 55 agents, Fortune 500 coverage, built for scale. Want me to write up? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Make sure you. Nope, just gonna say yes, I do. Just gonna trust that you're gonna do it right. Amazing. So now that I have my whole team, my Fortune 500 team, yeah, the neat thing too is that, I started on this thought earlier and then I got sidetracked because I was like, oh yes, something about YouTube, blah, blah, blah. But I have 110 watch hours, and that's basically already one, like 35th of what I need. So now that I got 13 views and my sister giving me all this watch time, I will be at like 1/32 of what I need. So thanks. But yeah, reviving this old channel. I've been dropping followers like flies. It's like lose 10 new followers every day. But I get it. That was 5 years ago. You don't want to see my ass anymore on your YouTube. You've moved on. Amazing. This is a major update. Well, I guess we could do this. Okay. What's next? Even though I'm gonna update all my agents soon in here, we'll just see what it wants to go through, because I'm doing like a bajillion phase audit right now of my current thing, and I have noticed it gotten like significantly just like more visually like in sync since I did that. So I'm happy that I went on and I gave it a bunch of little agents to get to work. You said OMG really, but I don't know what I said. Tough crowd. It is a tough crowd out here, but I don't remember what I said. I think it's like a 60 seconds behind. But I'll wait. Okay, so oh, it's done 33 out of my 35 items. Oh, that I lose 10 plus followers a day. Oh yeah, dropping them like flies, like flies, like flies. And I get it. You followed me for anti-MLM content. I literally was gone for 5 years and then I popped up on your feed and I've got a coding dashboard and like some people too, like if you're anti-MLM, there's a good chance you're probably maybe anti-AI. There's a lot of people that don't support AI use, don't think it's ethical in general. I personally think at this point in time, it's not going to go anywhere. So either I'm going to figure out how to make a Fortune 500 company right here, right now, so that I can just start, I can Fortune 500 my ass up out of whatever, or like somebody else's, you know? So it's like either it's available, it's here, it's not going to just go away. I think we can advocate for laws that can make it more ethical, and but it's like similar to how MLMs, we've been trying to distinguish those things like a bug. They just keep coming back. They just keep coming back for more. So, I mean, I actually don't think AI and MLMs are the same, but I think somebody could make an argument that that neither of them are ethical. So, probably lost some people from that, from it all. And also, they're just like, I don't want to see your fucking face. Who wouldn't? Who would? So it says my audit was complete. Everything's essentially complete, and so here's where I stand. So I guess while it's doing this, let's go and add some other little things that like I noticed that like I wanted to do. So we can go into the portals. Let's do it to where I want to have a brand guide section. So I know that right off the bat, I know that Canva does a good job of this for their like brand guide section. So I'm just going to go over to Canva and I want to add a brand guide section. Is this it? So we'll drag and drop it in, and then we'll go over to our portals page and we'll kind of just show it where it's like just not like, you know, like our branding is like not as good as it could be, or just like the way that it's structured. And also I'm going to ask it because I think it would be amazing if, does Canva have an open API? I know that Claude can connect to Canva, and Claude can make PowerPoints and things like that. They're not amazing, but like that's just because they're just starting, right? So imagine it gets better and better and better and better. It's going to get better and better at making PowerPoints. But I want to ask it a couple things. So okay, so let's start updating and adding some more features again. I would really like to improve and expand on the client portal to have a more holistic view of the client's brand and brand guidelines. So right now I just have a branding and a welcome message and just the option to add one brand color, but I want to be able to house all of my clients' brand information so that it's accessible. So if we need to do content or projects or need logo access or quick access to assets, I would like all of that in a really clear and succinct brand guide section within my client portal that exists underneath that client's brand. Hopefully I'm being clear. I have included a screenshot of Canva's brand guide section that they have that we could draw inspiration from, I guess. I don't think I need for the most part, I want to make sure that I have everything that exists in that left column for a brand for Canva, and then possibly we either add another tab to the client's portal, or we do something where all of that is easily accessible so that I could make content from that stuff. But also, I'm curious, does Canva have an open API? Can I integrate this with Canva so that whatever's in my current client's brand guide can also be synergistically integrated with my back end situation? And if that's not possible, then I'd like to be able to recreate as much of what is available on Canva to create that brand guide, like a color picker, adding more colors to the brand colors, uploading the logos and uploading assets and icons and all of that stuff within my portal. Let's see what she says. I hope she says, oops, forget to turn that off. I'm serious. One day I'm going to walk away and I'm going to be talking a bunch of shit, and then it's just going to be firing off in the text to chat, and then I'm going to forget that it turned off, and I'm going to be like, oh my gosh, did you see Nicki Minaj got laughed off stage? And then it's just going to be like right there for everybody to see. But let's see. So this is a great feature idea. Thank you. I know, I'm so smart. So they're researching the Canva API, current portal. I don't think Canva has an open API. I think I did already look into this, but you never know. Let's see what we can do with Canva, because like I do a lot of stuff in Canva, so it would be best if I could somehow integrate what I'm doing in Canva. So like finish something in Canva, pop it over into maybe I've got a content calendar that is synced with one of these situations. I don't know how I should have it too, because like notebooks, okay, so like I've got like content calendar as an idea for a notebook. So if this is like a client's content calendar, would I want it here in my notebooks? Would I want it under my client? I kind of have to think like, how do I want that organized? But I think that this portal, well, I would want that content calendar to be available to the client so that they could see, and also me, so I could plan. But let us see, what are we doing here? Where's my girl at? She's still exploring. Bloviating. I don't know what does bloviating mean. Fetch it. I think I'm gonna die in this house. I still have to, I don't think they were exposed, but it says they were exposed, so, whatever. Maybe they were. Good findings. Now let me launch a plan agent with all of this context. Perfect. My agents are working exactly as my agents should be. You know, I think my friends are going live and playing dubstep tonight at 6. Yes, we can, Queen. We can do at midnight. Okay, I really hope. It's getting kind of cold. I will be right back. I'm going to go shut my door because my keister is freezing. Just when I was at my peak concurrent viewers, I had to leave. There's two people on the live. I'm thankful actually for every single person. You know what? Imagine if I was giving a speech. They say that every single time. Every single time you're on like TikTok or Instagram or something, and everybody tries to make you feel better about how the fact that nobody's there. But imagine if you were in a room and you told that to 10 people. What would they say? Right? You had 10 people in a room. Well, imagine if you two were in my room. It would be my sister and somebody random. I'm just joking. But no, really, like, whatever. You gotta do it for the love of the game. Good findings. I love how it's always like, it does blow smoke up my, even though I said don't blow smoke up my ass. I said, good. You're so smart, Tiana. How did you know? How did you know we were missing this job? How did we know you? How did you know that you should have known to make a person to know that they should know that you should know? Build an agent for it, please. Thanks. All right, I'll be right back. Like, wow, imagine if that many. I know if 14K people were in front of me. And that's the crazy thing though, is sometimes you check in on like a stream or you see something. It really is crazy to think like I was watching one of my videos today and it had 25,000 views on it and like 1,000 likes and so many comments. I can't believe I built such a community and then just walked away. It stressed me out. It really stressed me out. Internet drama stressed me out. Even the guy that kind of came and like was like, wow, you got Dunning-Kruger and you're a racist. He kind of like, I have rejection sensitivity. So I kind of get like inside myself a little bit and I start to like overthink things and I get stressed and then I don't want to put myself out there. And so I just have really been working through like, okay, literally who cares what you think? Who cares what you think? Like, some people literally just exist. Yesterday I was on somebody's live. I think also too, I know people have been going live for forever and doing things live, but I feel like this is the era of the micro live. Like I was swiping, there's just so many people going live, like doing what they like to do. Like you're going live coloring. I saw this guy, he was going live DJing. So I was watching him last night until like almost midnight and he was just playing bangers. And this guy gets on and he goes, oh, just another DJ who just pushes buttons. Oh, I don't have any sound? Or, uh-oh. Do I have sound? No sound? Do I, up. But what's Gucci, brother? Let me know if I don't have any sound. I'm kind of, or unless you're saying you're popping in here this live but there's no sound. And in that case, thanks. Always appreciate. So for my brain guide, so should the existing branding fields, welcome message, single, everything related. Oh, I have no sound. Oh, I do have sound. Oh, okay. I have sound. Okay, thanks, Mariah. I was like, wait, oh, I do? But then I was like, wait, how could you have heard that? I read it too fast. It's like, wait, oh, that doesn't make sense. I think he means that he put me on, but I don't have sound because I think he's also playing live. See, it's the era of the micro live where, yeah, you just kind of show up, pop in. Oh, yeah. So no stress. I picked up eventually what you were putting down. See, I don't know. Do I want to clear the context? Okay. You know what? Yeah, we're just going to trust it. I didn't build all these agents for nothing. Girl, I said yes. I did shout you. But yeah, I was on this DJ's live yesterday. Bangers, absolute bangers. And this guy goes, "Oh, look, another DJ that just gets on and just pushes buttons." Thanks, fam. Appreciate it. Yeah, just another DJ that just gets on and pushes buttons. Okay, do you mind getting off this live, you weirdo? Because we're all having fun. There was literally like 10 of us on the live. We're all like, ooh, like he plays another song and we're just like putting like fire, like smokestacks, like banger, 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 banger. This guy just gets on just to be an asshole. Well, I'm a DJ and you're just pushing buttons. It's just another DJ. Bro, it is literally a Wednesday night and this guy's in his bedroom. Are people not allowed to be novices or learn something anymore? Like, does everybody, I'm sorry that you all just popped out of your fucking womb with the full knowledge of a full DJ who knows the decks, or a full stack developer. Like, everybody starts somewhere. So like, I'm so over people getting on other people's things and just being like, well, you don't know as much as I do. Okay, well then why don't you go make a YouTube video and then teach us all what you know? Like, weirdo. So that's how I feel about that. And we, in the end, the answer was, I know, let's just block that guy. And then we blocked that guy and we were all like, yeah, he's gone. He's out of the chat. And we were like, all right, let's get back to business, everybody. Let's start dancing again. And then he was like, oh, that guy kind of like got to me. And it was like, everybody in the chat was like, it's okay. No, we're all having fun. Like, don't even worry about him. Like, fuck that guy. Like, but it is true. Like, fuck that guy. Like, you got nothing better to do than to just come by and just like be an asshole and be a contrarian for no other reason just to do it. Like, I don't know. So that's the tea. That's the drama. And yeah, I'm just a beginner and I'm learning live. But I'm also, that's why all my agents are professionals. I think I'm gonna die in this house. And then also too, I was like, do I make this a mix of like TikTok reactions and things I want to talk about also? Because I was like, I could also just do that too, but I don't know if the sound, believe it or not, people, I do believe it, Maria. I'm sure you get people all the time being like, oh, your shading sucks, you're this, that, and the third. And I understand constructive criticism. It's one thing to come by and like hype somebody up and then be like, hey, I don't know, did you know that you could do this? Or like, hey, like, have you ever considered this? Or like, hey, here's a new idea. Like, that's one thing. It's another thing. Yeah, literally. We take the fun out of it. Like, pardon? I know. Yeah, like, okay, then you go color a page like a sloppy baby. Like, I don't give a hoot and Annie what you do. Like, if I want to sit here and detail color my Bobby Goods page, then I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. Like, people, it's like, now, I guess also this like treads lines for like how deep you really want to take something. But like, it's like, you're not hurting anybody. In theory, I'm not hurting anybody, maybe by proxy, but then you could say the same thing for like ordering something on Amazon or like whatever. So you'd be like, well, you're using AI and da, da, da. So I don't know. Then I'd be like, okay, well, you know, you ordered like 50 things on Amazon. So it's like, I don't know. They always say like there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, whatever. But at least like if you're like a super smart developer, in my opinion, and you're going to get on a vibe coding session and then you're going to be like, hey, like, you know, something that developers do that helps us keep our design from drifting is that we create these things called design tokens. I don't know. I don't actually know if they do that, but that's what my Claude said that he had to do to make sure to help me do it. So I was like, I trust in you. But like, that would be a smart thing to do, to just pop by and be like, hey, I noticed you're having a problem with this. Well, one of the things that we do is this. Oh, okay, that's nice. That's nice. That's a nice live participant. But a non-nice live participant is, oh, you really think that you were going to get on here and be dumb on the internet and not know everything all the right way? You really thought you were going to get up here and be stupid and learn on live? Yeah, I did think that I was going to do that. I did think I was going to do that. And if I was more sensitive, which I am, which I almost did, which I almost didn't get on, I had to say to myself, you know what? Why does it make you feel that way? What can you do to move through that uncomfortable feeling? And how are you going to stay grounded in yourself? And then I saw another, oh yeah, that's, I get distracted. Is that I wanted to phone mirror my TikTok. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Maria, while I do have you here, actually, I want you to tell me if I mirror my phone, can you hear the TikTok? Oh, which I also remember when I said I wanted to do my hair. Do you think I would? This time, baby, I saved that one because I think that my hair would look good that color. This is the color that I'm thinking that I think I would look good with. My hair is a dark, always been dark. I've never lightened it ever, but I just have this internal feeling inside of me that my hair would look really good this color. And so when I get rich, when I turn into the owner of the next Fortune 500 company, and when I take over the freelance dashboard software as a service system, and I have a dedicated hairstylist, I think I'm gonna ask for this. I don't know, I tried to buy a wig, it didn't work, but yeah, let me know your thoughts. But this guy, I think he puts into words, I have a lot of favorites. Oh, is this my favorite section? Maybe this is.
How do you tell whether?
No. Okay, very loudly. Yeah, it is a little bit loud. I'll turn it down here. Okay, this is the funniest video. Let me know if you saw this one. I watched this video. Wait, let me check on my thing first really quickly before I would just sit here and just go off the rails. Okay, so all 358 tests passed, 14 test files, 0 failures. Take a photo and ask AI to see. Oh, that's a good question. I will. Actually, that's a good idea. I'll do that. We'll do that later. I don't usually ever use, well, Claude is not good at pictures. I'll tell you that right now. ChatGPT is way better at pictures than Claude is. I'll do that after this. Have you seen this video though? This is the funniest video that I literally ever.
The mark. Hey. Oh, fuck that. Oh, damn. My motherfucking shoe.
I watched this like 50 times. I'm not kidding. I've actually come back to this and watched this so many times, and the comments take me out. They're so funny. The picture of his toe is the first one. Oh, is this rotated? Perhaps a nap. This one. I loved this. This was so funny. I watched this so many times. So hilarious. Okay, so where'd the one go? I have a lot of Becca Day. I have a lot of Denmark rescuing burnout Americans. How much the Epstein files? What did I really? I guess we're just gonna go on my. It's a lot of wake up, people. What's going on in this economy, in this society? Yeah, that video. Oh, Gemini for photos. Oh, okay, I'll check Gemini. I think Gemini uses Nana Banana. Oh, this video. This is exact. So when anybody is like, you don't know what you're doing, you can't do this, I literally just think like this, what this guy says, that he is speaking truth to it. Like literally just some random kid who's like 23 is like, I'm a founder, and then he like launches something random, and then like it's just a shitty product, and then he gets like a shit ton of like startup money, and then usually he's just like some.
Startups are the only place in the world where a 23-year-old who's never paid a utility bill can raise $12 million to reinvent water. That's the game. You walk into a glass box somewhere in Soho, and there's a neon sign that says like build the future. And the future, by the way, is an app that texts you when you're sad, and it charges your credit card $14.99 a month. And somehow it's a $4 million company, as this guy named Mark says so. It's the only asset class where you can lose money for 10 years in a row and you're still a genius. Because if a restaurant lost money for 10 years, it's probably a front for the mob.
Which is true, because I know that like so many software companies, like they're just like throwing away money until they're profitable, and like some of them never become profitable.
But if a startup loses money for 10 years, it's prioritizing growth. It's the only business model where customers are a liability. Like, yeah, we have 1 million users. Do any of them pay you? No, but they all love the product. And the founders all talk like they're one breath away from curing cancer. We're not building a meal delivery app. We're reimagining nourishment at scale. No, dude, you bring lukewarm quinoa to accountants on Tuesday.
Reimagining nourishment at scale. That's what I'm doing. I'm reimagining my life in a dashboard.
Tuesdays. But the real art form is your deck. That's the money. That's where the magic happens. Slide 1, your problem. Slide 2, your solution. Slide 3, your market, which, by the way, is always 9 trillion for every startup. It's like, if we just...
Anyways, I saved this because I was like, you know what? He knows what he's talking about. He's been there. Because working at a startups is so true. Like, I'm one of the things that I've learned from working at with a startup is like, sure, you think that your product is the absolute greatest, you think you're the smartest, and you think you're the best. That's fine. You have to believe in your product. But also, like, be so for real, you know? I think that sometimes, like, it's like, what are your expectations? And then what do you, I don't know, what are your expectations? But you know what? You kind of have to talk a big talk. And so, yeah, that's why I don't really get, like, I don't know. I feel like men do this thing where, like, they launch startups and then they get to, like, do whatever. And then, like, sometimes, like, women start, like, meager businesses or little things or, like, whatever. But anyways, so I'm like, maybe this turns into us talking about the Epstein files coinciding with vibe coding, no, I'm just kidding. We're not going to talk about the Epstein files, but you know what? It is really scary. That stuff really scares me. Really scares me. This is the guy that went live. Go live again. And then Tara goes live. Let's see, where's Tara? She goes live too. Dubstep. So anybody who's looking for dubstep, which is not a lot of people are not looking for dubstep. So, and then, yeah, I just liked what she said, so I saved it. And then
I believe that curiosity is one of the most important life skills that you can have because it keeps you moving forward. And when you are a creative, when you are an incredibly ambitious person, when you are someone who is evolving, transitioning, it is something that you need. And here's why. When something doesn't work, curiosity comes in and says, interesting. Let's try that again. When we see someone else succeeding, curiosity comes in and says, what are they doing that I can learn from? And when you feel triggered, curiosity says, what is this revealing about myself that maybe I need to pay more attention to?
Which is exactly what I did. When the guy came into my chat and he was being kind of like, I was like, why am I triggered, right? Well, you know, what can I do about that? I am curious. Oh, all of the saved error part. I know, literally.
Curiosity is what protects your growth. It keeps you from getting stuck in your ego. It keeps you.
Anyways, so yeah, that's me. These are my reposts. It's like repost, Aaron Parnas, repost. You know, I don't know, Maria, if you follow. Where is she? There's one person that really is like locked in. She is locked the F in. Not Becca Day. Her.
So you'll know how we.
Have you watched her videos, J Megan? She is insanely locked in. Like, she's been talking about this stuff not only for like a really long time, but her original theories are pretty spot on now that more files have been released. She is like, she is best. And then Becca Day, if you follow her. And then I love this lady. Ugh, scary. I hate that man. Anyways, so that's TikTok for us. Anybody random, feel free to follow me on TikTok.
And gang, slavery was so bad. I don't even know how the fuck we still cool white people right now.
I agree.
You know, I'm
No, we don't need to watch a whole video about why slavery was so bad, but you know what? I agree. When I said, "Oh, well, just white men get to do anything," he was like, "And you're racist." I'm not, me never dropping this. Sorry, but yeah, it's like enough. I don't actually have any rebuttal to that at this point in time, other than enough. I've heard enough. Oh yeah, so J Megan, you go and watch her videos, Mariah. She like the dots she's connecting are insane, 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 insane. Also, did you see that they said that his file or his his Roblox account or whatever, or his what's that game that everybody plays, that his games were active, his FedEx account was active. People keep saying they saw him in Israel, but we know that picture, or so they say, it's doctored. I don't know. I feel like they came out with that AI stuff. Is like all this AI stuff is like, was it here to trick me? Let's actually go to Gemini and let's ask it to do my hair. Oh, wait. Oh my God. I totally like spaced. Like it has a job. So wait, what is it doing? Oh my God. It's doing stuff. Oh wait. So yeah, wait. Bro, I didn't even check. This is the good thing art is building. Nothing's live. It doesn't matter. Oh, brand guide. Cute. Okay. So welcome message, primary color, and then I can add colors. Nice. Oh, neato, potato. Okay. How much is this? Is this a lot or a little? I don't know. Typography. Okay. Add font. Heading. Okay, I want to actually add the font, right? I don't just want to give the font name. Brand voice. Okay, do's and don'ts. Cute. Okay, general guides. Nice. How do I see the portal? Okay, so I guess we'll work on the portal after that. But amazing. Okay. Did we get to the part about if I could connect with Canva though? I don't know. Okay, just because they didn't have timestamps though, was that a new thing that we added? That's the question. But just because the original ones didn't have timestamps, was the timestamp something new that we added? And then also, sorry, what was the verdict on the Canva situation? And can you review it and see if I could also actually add that font? I don't know if it's actually fully necessary, but rather than just like saying it's play fair display, it would be nice to actually choose from a drop down of play fair display. Or maybe there's something where I could import the font, or I'm not sure. What do you think is the best route? Okay, so, and then let's go see what my hair should look like. This poor girl, it's like she just like literally one day her face has just become, her head's just on my head. I don't know how to like exemplify this hair very well. Oh, don't need everything here. So funny. Oh my god. Mm. 98 collections of me, but they're all videos. How do I just want a picture of me and my head and my face. I could give it the worst image. Okay, here's some images of me. Let's see. So the first two images are screen clippings from TikTok, and I really like the color of this girl's hair and how her hair is cut and styled. And I think that I would look good with that hairstyle. So I've attached two images of me that you can see if I would look good with that hair color. One's at night and one's during the day. Okay, now I need to find one of me and during the day, because that one's at night, and I was thinking like, well, what if, oh, let's do this one. Let's try it on this one. And we'll try it on this one. I'm going to say 3. So we'll see what she says. So timestamp free space actually detect. Okay, so were likely run manually. Yes, they were. I ran those manually. Perfect. Okay. Yep. Yes. Rename it to the timestamp, and then plan is confirmed. Canva Brankit API. Oh, okay. Enterprise only. Requires Canva for Teams. Enterprise subscription plus partner approval. No public API to read Brankit data. So the standalone approach is built for the right call. Font picker, good idea. Right now it's just okay. So yes, Google font dropdown 50. Full Google Fonts fetches all 1,500, more complete but overwhelming. Most fonts are obscure. Okay, I don't need every font. Huh. Okay, so wait, manual plus validation. So keep the text input, but add a preview button that tries to load the font from Google Fonts. Let's do a combination of 1 and 3. Let's do a combination of 1 and 3. Let's have a Google Fonts dropdown with the curated most popular fonts, but then let's have an additional manual validation for a font that doesn't exist on the Google. Let's be able to try and pull it, and then let's also have an upload a font section if I want to upload one. And then understood on the Canva integration, and then regarding timestamps and migrations, correct, I did the original SQL runs, and so you did the next one. So I agree. Yes, please change it back, and then going forward, do it with the timestamps because you can do it rather than me. Thank you. Okay, so the way it literally didn't even change my hair color at all, it just gave me a weird face. Like, excuse me. So maybe I wasn't clear enough. Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough. I was thinking that I wanted to see my hair as like cowboy copper, so they say, and I don't want it to be darker. I am imagining that it's going to be lighter, a little more auburn, reddish, copperish, but fit for a black girl with slightly reddish undertones. There we go. This time, baby, I'll be... Okay, now absolutely, come on. But it wouldn't look terrible. A little ridiculous. Let's tell it. It's a little too red. So that's a little too red. It should be a little bit more subtle, but close. Maybe too orange should have been the word. I know. Okay. So it did absolutely nothing. But, I mean, I don't know. Was it worth it using AI to get this? I don't know. I'm going to say 2 out of 10. So, perfect. Okay, so this is number 5. Download. We gotta swap out our vibe code at number 5. Oh wait, sorry. Yes, I do want you to proceed. Oh yeah, it's doing the font thing for us. So let's get the fonts on and popping. Google's top 50. And then client portal. Is there any client portal that I can think of, or like a portal that I have used that I like? That we could reference. What would I want it to be like if I came in? So if I came in to my client portal, I want to see if I want to just see like what's on for the month. I want to be able to tell you if there's anything new. Maybe like give me stuff. So one of my clients writes blogs, and then I take her blogs and then I publish them. So like when she's done with her blog, maybe she could send it to me. And what would be nice is if I could make it so that if they want to check the portal, great, but maybe there is something where I could tell them that when they're emailing it to me, to maybe like also, maybe there's a way that there could be some sort of email integration to where if it's emailed with some certain tag on it, or I don't know how I can figure that out, but that it would just come in here, because I don't want to make things harder. I don't want to be like, oh, you have to get in to this portal to be able to see it, to be able to tell me. But then also it's like, yeah, portals make it nice. So I don't know. I'm trying to think like what would be easy, because I think some of my clients are a little bit, they don't, it would just be easier if they could just like email me still, but like, could that email, well, yes, it could come in here. I do have it set up to my email, so maybe I can take what they email me and then find a way to take what's come in as an email. If it's a task or if it's something that needs to go into a portal, then I could just quickly move that into the portal. I don't know, working that out. Let's check it before we carry on. Brand guide. Okay, so font, typography. Let's add a font. So let's search Google. Perfect. Okay, perfect. So it's got the basic fonts. I love that for me. Garamond. Perfect. Yay. I like it. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. And I can have an accent color, and then I can have the size, and then what happens if I upload it? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, this is if I want to add a font to upload it. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay, so it's a little confusing the way it's gray. Like it feels like I need to like submit it or something. So maybe I'm going to tell it to that. Okay, love that. That looks amazing. The only thing that's a little bit, I think, confusing from a user standpoint is that I chose the font and then I labeled it, but there's nothing that locks it in. Like if I wanted to just change the, oop, it like switches when I do it over. Just changed the drop down from body to accent. There's nothing like I would like to be able to kind of like save it once I choose it so that it locks in that, say, Garamond is the body font at this weight, and then 400. 400 what? Is this pixels? Is this I don't know. Do it the normal ones that we know. Like I think it's pixels. Shoop. And then I guess I'm just gonna have to like take a client and then just like add their stuff in here, or like take myself and just add it and then test it so that we'll see how that functionality works. The entire font entry. Also, Maria, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Does Porter watch it all? Is she around? Does she see? Did she see that her aunt's famous? That she has 25 views on her YouTube? Okay, that I think looks clear to me. What does regular mean? Let's edit this. 400 regular, 100 thin. Okay, so this is the thickness, not the size, right? So we want font size too. Oh, valid. No stress, queen. No stress. Okay, so the 400 regular, that's font weight. I also, in addition to font weight, we want font size would be helpful as well. It was time to take off this pimple patch. One thing that Gen Z really did for the culture, and I'm going to make a TikTok about this, so I'm going to say the exact same thing, and this is my rehearsal, is that they really put pimple patches on the map. Like, Gen Z made it socially, I'm like, see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm just going to start talking, and then here it is, catching everything I'm saying about Gen Z and pimple patches. Is that Gen Z put pimple patches on the map. They made it socially acceptable to just wear a pimple patch out in public and not give a literal fuck. I have been wearing my pimple patches out like I don't give a hoot and nanny. And yeah, I love it. It's amazing because I mean, I went to Galentine's on Sunday, and there was like at least 4 or 5 girls that had on patches, and it was just like I was like, I love how we all just like showed up in patches, and they're getting cute too. There's like the butterfly one. This one's really cute, but I do want to take them off. They're kind of bothering me. But it is. They're so cute. I just love how they really have normalized them. I actually should probably put it back on this, whatever's happening here. I keep picking at this one, and it's like dangerously close to my brain. I feel like I'm gonna get a brain infection and die, so I should stop. Okay, so we've got the font, okay, and the size. Amazing. So font size, amazing. Why is one? Okay, so now though, okay, so when I save it though, it becomes white, so then it's fine. Cool. Okay. So, okay. Save that for now. Oh, that's another thing that I want to discuss. Oh, okay. How do let's this. Amazing. One other thing I want to address across the entire dashboard and all of the app. The little notification that comes up on the bottom, it doesn't say anything. It's long. There's no words in it. Is it supposed to say something? What is it supposed to mean? Is it supposed to signify something? Is it supposed to give me confirmation? It's just popping up, but it doesn't actually explain or say or validate anything or confirm anything. And that's just not in the client portals, but this is across the entire app infrastructure for, I'm assuming, within the gamification aspect of everything. Could you look at that and tell me what's supposed to be the functionality and how can we fix that so it shows what it's supposed to show? That's so funny. Mom wears them out. See, I'm telling you, it's just like at this point, it's like, okay, all right, great. We have a pimple and it needs to be concealed. And I would rather have an iridescent butterfly on my chin than everybody looking at this like throbbing situation on my face. And this is no tea, no shade to the girl. Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is no tea, no shade to the girl that didn't have a pimple patch on, but she did have a really big pimple near her mouth, and I just kept looking at it, and it again, nothing against her. It's just like this. It's just your eye naturally is gonna go to a focal point that's just on somebody's face. Like if it's just there, like you're gonna do your best to not look at it, like moly, but you're also gonna see it, so it's there. So it's kind of like I'm gonna do my best to not stare deeply into the eye of your pimple, but I would rather me have a sparkly butterfly on my face than, a nasty old infection. Oh, Jeff asked Mom why you wear them out. I would have said, I wear them out because you mind your own business. Okay, so add toast was written. Okay, so let's try it again. Yeah, it's like I wear it because I want to. Like, mind your own business. What in the hecky? Let's see. Save. Okay, perfect. That's much better. But does it need to be that long? Well, maybe they're that long because sometimes it says other things. I'm just not going to fight it right now. If it keeps becoming a recurring thing, then I'm like, yeah, it's so long. Like, as a bar, like, long-wise, but whatever. Yeah, honestly, it's like this, the thing that Gen Z, I think, is they did two things simultaneously. They were like, oh, you guys are so cringe. Millennials are so cringe. But then also they're like, we have to climb cringe mountain. And it's like, okay, well, you know what? Nobody made the mountain except for you guys. So simultaneously in making it cool to wear pimple patches out, you guys made it cringe to be cringe. Like, I think I don't know, I liked one on TikTok. Now there's like this concurrent discussion about like not trying. Like, it's cool to just be so nonchalant that you just don't do anything and just like everything comes easy for you. It's like, no, like, people try things and fail. People do stuff and fail. People try hard stuff and learn and whatever. Make it cool to try things again. Make it cool to put yourself out there again. Like, nobody wants to put themselves out there. Nobody wants to, everybody's, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm worried about getting canceled. I don't want to get canceled. That's the last thing I want to do is be canceled. Do you think Gen Z, not only did they ruin clubbing, but they ruined a good going out outfit as well, because why is everybody in the Boston uniform? And don't tell me you don't know about the Boston uniform. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't want to blame all of our cultural problems. You know who ruined clubbing, actually, Maria? And I'm sorry I'm gonna take the heat off of Gen Z actually for a second. I don't think Gen Z ruined clubbing. I think whoever is the people above us ruined everything. Literally ruined everything. They scraped everyone dry for all of their resources. They bought up a bunch of houses, and then they gave all of our money to corporations and then voted for it to all happen. And then, like, I think that they ruined it all. Like, have you seen Scottsdale outfits now? They wear Sambas out. Back in my day, you could not go out without heels on. It was like, if you didn't have heels on, you might as well have just thrown in the towel. Like, you're not cutting to the front. If you wanted to go to the front, if you wanted to be an it girl, you needed to have on your Jeffrey Campbell stomper clompers, and you needed to be that girl. Let's look. Jeffrey, not Epstein. Oops. Campbell shoes, chunky heel. If you didn't have these on, if you literally didn't have a pair of these on when you were going out in Scottsdale in 2015, you were nobody. And especially if they were Galaxy, you were definitely that girl. These shoes were everything. So yeah, heels, I really do, like, no offense / full offense, like, I do blame the elderly. Like, I blame the, it's like yes, grandma's era, but like, it's the era in the middle. It's mom's era. No offense to mom, but it's like all, like, it's a slightly above mom and slightly below grandma. Whatever that age is, I'm blaming them. Perfect. Okay, so next, let's update. So I'm gonna give it my updated vibe code, whatever, like all my new self-sustaining hiring agent thing. Here is an update to our file. Can you replace? No, I don't want to be like, can you update accordingly? It'll know. I don't know, because I don't want to be like replace, but like, what if it does it wrong? I don't know. I don't know. It's like, I need to give it more credit. Can you update accordingly? There are a few new agents and skill info. Okay, so we'll get her updated. But just, I guess, a quick update is that I hired an HR manager for my Claude Code team, which the HR manager can assess like what's being done and then where there are any gaps and where I may need to create a new agent. And then I also created an agent to make skills. And then there's also like an agent to teach that agent how to do its skill. So yeah, it's a self-sustaining universe where my whole little company runs itself and hires for itself and fires for itself and consolidates jobs for itself. So I have my own mold book. I'd like to get to be able to see a portal, but I think I don't know. I'll go through that. It'll probably tell me I need to like actually add it to a client or something, or like I don't know. Well, is it live? Oh, it says it's active, so I don't know. But oh my god, 30 views. Amazing. Significant updates. Okay, I didn't know it was that many updates. Now, yes, it's 6:34. On Sunday, I went to Kate Sessions, which is a beautiful park overlooking San Diego Bay, and you can see downtown and you can see the fireworks from there. Very nice. Long story short, I got 2 bottles of wine for Galentine's, and it's my favorite Trader Joe's wine, and we only drank one of them, so now I have a full bottle, and it's only $6.99. It's the best wine, Maria. Oh my God, Maria. Oh, I'm basically, this live is for you. I hope you know I'm just like sitting here talking to you, but it is, and whoever else is, you know, pops through. Thanks, I appreciate you. Feel free to say something. It is the best wine. It's $6.99. I don't know the name. I know what the bottle looks like, and I just was like, I scoured for it, and they moved it, and I got scared that it was gone, and then I saw it in the other corner, and I was like, yes, thank God. So all that to say, I'm gonna have a glass of wine. Because I made it to 6:30, and it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and past here, that's for sure. It's called Joseph Handler's Riesling. It's a Riesling. I don't know. Are people against Rieslings these days? You can do whatever you want on live, right? I mean, obviously within reason. And then if it's like beyond a normal reason, then they have other outlets for that. And I've got it. In my pothead mug. I don't know if I'm back or not. Pothead. Oh, I think it's working, so I don't know. I think it's like I'm a minute behind on my own stream. So I don't know. I can like see it, but like I can't see it. So it looks like I'm not there, but maybe I am. I don't know. Oh, there I am. Okay. Whoop. See it. Whatever. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. So, let's see. Didn't look like it was that good when I took a sip, but it's delicious. Delicious. I think it needs to aerate a little bit. You know what I mean? Like how you, it needs to like decant. Hey, welcome to the chat. How was your day? Did you have a good one? Yes, please commit and push. Great. So basically I gave it a bunch of agents, quote unquote agents, which is like people, very specific jobs that I hired to do it, to give it specific things. So I just gave it some new hires. So now that we have some new hires, can you review what needs to be done, and if you were the project planner, what would, oh wait, also I think we have a project planner, but we also have, there's somebody that's in charge of research or something like that. Okay, so if you were the project flow manager, and who else? It's and the person who would research new feature additions, can you go into plan mode, establish which features we should prioritize or build out the functionality of next, and plan the project to assign the appropriate agents to their role to execute. Yes, I have been. Thank you so much. You know, I was like, if I'm just gonna, the big barrier for me when I was doing YouTube before was spending all this time sitting down, getting my set ready, making sure I was ready, filming it, and then like uploading it, editing it, adding in all these little things. And like, I love editing videos and I love doing that, but for me it felt so overwhelming that I just didn't start. And so I really am just trying to challenge myself to get out of the idea that I need to curate so particularly, or that it needs to be perfect, or that I need to be this perfectly educated person to be able to get on and do it. And so I'm just trying to learn live, be okay with failing live, be okay with trying new stuff live, with the goal of showing other people that like that it's not that hard, I guess. Like, not to be like it's not that hard, but like, I think some people don't even know where to start, or don't know how to use AI, or like maybe they don't want to use AI, or like, I don't know. But there's so much stuff that you can do that is accessible if you just do it. So I don't know. I was just like, whatever, like I'm just going to start doing this. And also I think another thing is that my expectation, this is just in me pretending, is that from my understanding, not a lot of people know about vibe coding, know what vibe coding is, are vibe coding anything really. And even people who are developers, I've had some people come through who know what they're doing, and then they like are like, oh, what's this vibe coding thing? Oh, okay. And so I think that even seasoned developers, I think, can learn about it. But then I also think they're going to obviously have a lot more context, so they're going to be able to build really great agents, right? Versus somebody who's maybe in marketing or somebody in business, but they like have an idea, then they want to bring it to life. Like, I don't know. So I'm just trying to like break down the barriers to entry for myself and for other people. And I think if I'm consistent, whenever I'm feeling like, oh, do I want to go live? I just make the thumbnail and then just schedule it so that I just have to go on at that time. That's kind of been like me, how I've been psyching myself out, is just making the thumbnail and posting it. And so, yeah, it has been productive. Nice. I'm glad you had a productive day. I feel like I've been I'm giving myself a false sense of productivity. I'm doing this, but like, what am I really doing right now? You know what I mean? Like, did I really do any work, client work, business work? No, but I'm building something. So I'm giving myself this sense of productivity. But I think today, oh no, you know what? Today was a productive day for me. I finished my taxes. I ran some errands. Rick got his nails clipped. He's so cute. He and his little paw patch trimmed. I gave him a bath yesterday, so I've been productive too. So I'll give myself that. But yeah, so going live more, just being like, fuck it. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't need to be perfect. Nothing needs to be perfect. It doesn't need to be curated. I don't need to be anything for anybody except for myself. And yeah, that's just kind of like been my new motto is, honestly, it's like, fuck it. Literally, people are actually hurting people to, hey, I'm new here. Hey, Ashen, thanks so much for joining. Finishing taxes is very productive alone. I know, it's like, oh my God, I hate taxes. It was so, that's why I added the taxes into here to help me so that I don't have to go through the stress next year. And I'm going to make sure it has everything I need, and I'm going to upload all my receipts, and I'm going to make sure that all my businesses, they just get tracked. Next year, taxes are going to be a breeze. Are you a coder? Hey, Ashton, I am actually not a coder. I am a marketing strategist and a business development manager, but I've worked with a few tech startups, and so I have a pretty good understanding, I guess, of just the whole ecosystem of product management and software management. And I wanted to build something for me just to manage my clients freelance so I could stop paying subscriptions. And so, no, I'm not a coder, but this is just how I have learned as a completely novice person who has not, I wouldn't say like coding experience, but I do know basic HTML, like some basic JavaScript functions to like for little things like between integrations, and then but I don't know about coding actually at all. So what I've done is I've built out an amazing team of agents who know how to code for me, and they all do all of the work for me. But I'm learning along the way, and so this is my little freelancer CRM that I've been working on. Tracks my clients. It's got a timer, a Pomodoro timer, a time block thing that I can start timing from, and then track my time entries. I've got a calendar that I can track and add stuff to, and I can track my tasks. And then I've also got some clients that I can track as well. All these pages, I'm kind of just working on them and vibe coding them. And then I can submit and send proposals, track my invoices, reports, taxes. I've also added this little like Notion style. So I was imagining in my head, I was like, okay, what are my favorite parts of Notion? What are my favorite parts of Monday? And what are my favorite parts of OneNote? And then I kind of wanted that to exist in my little work note section. So I've got the ability to like make and add boards. And then I've also got the ability to, oh, that's another board. Add some actual pages. And then I have some like quick commands here for these pages. And then I can also drag and drop and move them around, which was one of the things that I really liked about Notion. And I have some sub pages. And so, yeah, I'm a freelance marketing strategist, and I work with, I build websites and stuff like that. So I'm not like inept to this stuff, but yeah, just messing around, learning the fundamentals. And yeah, so if you got any suggestions, got any ideas, got anything that I'm overlooking, feel free to let me know. But I just wanted to keep it cute, wanted to keep it pink, wanted to keep it enjoyable for me to do. So yeah, that's the tea. And yeah, right now I asked my agents, I asked my Fortune 500 team, you missed it maybe earlier, but I built out a Fortune 500 corporate team, an award-winning team. And I just told my Claude to enact a couple of agents and establish which features should be built out, or if there should be any new features. I know that there's some things that need to be done to improve upon this. But yeah, no plans to take this live or anything, just me messing around. But also, it's, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. I'm like, I feel like I probably could, but no plans at this time. Until I become a tech founder, startup founder, female founder. Okay, my wine is better. I think it needed to, like, as they say, decant. While we wait, bum 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 bum. Okay, so another thing is like I don't want to run multiple portals or terminals. So one of my pals, he's running multiple terminals at the same time, like a lot of terminals at the same time. And like I feel like I could, but I don't know. And can I run terminals on the same project at the same time, or would those interfere with each other? That would probably mess things up. Like unless they were two completely different agents doing two completely different things, but I would feel like I would mess it up. But maybe he's, yeah, I gotta actually get a little bit more insight into what all of those different terminals are doing. Oops. Okay, so let's see what do we got going on. Let's make this bigger. I don't know why I'm reading it on the tiniest screen in the history of the universe. Okay, so sprint plan. We've got a mature production grade React app for solo freelancers. So full Stripe integration, client portal system, tip tab editor, offline first architecture, 39 agent audit, 89% complete. Okay, now we have 55 agents. We've got the highest impact remaining work. Okay. I want to leverage my new roster, 16 new agents, to build next and assign agents to execute. Okay, cool. So sprint 1, revenue confidence. It says weeks 1 to 2, but I'm like, girl, we're gonna finish this in one sitting. I don't know what you're talking about. So fix the gaps that directly affect whether a freelancer trusts this tool with their business. Okay, so must ship. So global error handling, offline banner. Okay, I'm just gonna trust it that's something that needs to be done. Portal proposal signing. So complexity. Oh, okay. So extract signing logic. Oh yeah, because I said I wanted them to be able to sign their proposals. So this is something good. I agree 100%. Recurring invoice auto generation. Okay, so we partially built this, but it doesn't auto generate. So I actually wanted to auto generate based off of their hours for the month. Analytics insight. So we're gonna. Okay, so the building blocks are there, but there's no dedicated page. Okay. So we're going to get an analytics page, and then what should we ship? A settings page reorganization. Okay, so nice job, girl. Fix it up. And then workflow power. Okay, so we're gonna make my daily workflow faster and more automated. Okay, yeah, calendar two-way sync. I completely agree. I've been wanting a two-way sync to my calendar because what I would like in a perfect world, what I'm wanting is to be able to tell it, book this on my calendar, and then it books it on my calendar for me. Seems like complicated stuff. How do you keep them in mind in one shot as a new person? Do you mean my team of agents? I'm assuming. But I just made these agents, and so there is a directory that actually exists in the project root. I told it that I wanted it to enact these agents, but I gave it, so there's a big file that exists. Yeah, so there's a big file that exists that has every agent and what they do and like what their role is. So I've got like an architect, a designer, security, debugger, whatever, and like this is what their role is. But there's there's like a quick reference that exists in the guide that says don't read the full thing, just assess what needs to be done. So it's got everything in there like logging and tracking and audits and decision making and whatever. And so honestly, there's also an HR manager that knows what to do, and there's also an agent that manages the agents. So I'm like they know how to run themselves. It literally is a self-sufficient running team. I'm like they know how to assign. There's actually the HR person is there to assess what gaps are there and who is not hired, quote unquote, to manage that job, and then to make a new agent. And then there's an agent that's designed to create the skills, the code skills for that agent, and then give it to them and onboard them. And so it's like I guess I just made a little company and they all work for themselves. And then I just say like, I do this. But I do agree a lot of these things I have been talking about or started working on. So I think it's good that it's picking up and seeing what's like been worked on. And then phase 1, okay, what's gonna get done? Should ship, customizable. I'd like it customizable. Analytics integrations, great. I mean, I'm trusting my team. They're smarter than me, so I got a code guy. I got a coder on my team. So sprint 1, great, and amazing. So explicitly deferred, great. Mobile app, native. Okay. Great. Let's clear the context and accept it. Even though I think I can clear the context. So that's I guess that's how they work. I don't have to say to be somebody, but if I do think maybe there's like a bug that is persistent, I could say like, okay, be the debugger, but it's also going to know that if I say, okay, I'm experiencing this bug, we'll take the context and say, okay, like deploy the debugger, the code specialist, the CRM, the whoever the needs to be assigned the job. So let's see. What are we adding? But yeah, in the early stages, I was just like, build this, add this, build this, add this. And then somebody, like, I saw the agents thing, I wasn't sure. And then I saw the skills thing and I wasn't sure. So then I went to Claude and I said, hey, pretend like you are an expert vibe coder. You're really good at vibe coding. What steps would you do and how would you manage it? And then it kind of gave me a framework and then I was like, oh, okay, cool. So then could I do this? Could I do that? Could I do this? So it's always like, can I? It's always like, yeah, for the most part, except for the Canva API. I guess I can't fucking do that. So. I want somebody to go live so I can listen to dubstep. See, long are the days of getting on LinkedIn and then somebody being like, you need PandaDoc. You need PandaDoc. Sign your things. You need PandaDoc. Well, you know what? I made my own PandaDoc. Anybody can go and make their own PandaDoc, whatever the hell they want. Go ask, build a skill, build an agent, build a skill. No longer do we need a million different things to do a million different things. Everybody wanted to sell you something individually. Now you can just go and build it yourself. Ow. Chip my tooth on live. It's not hard at all. I think the best thing to do would be to just be, as lame as it sounds, I'm like very vulnerable with my AI. I would just get it and I would just say, hey, I'm just getting into vibe coding. I've never done it before. This is my current experience, but I really want to learn. Could you create a comprehensive guide for me to get started? And, you know, long term, in a perfect world, if I could vibe code something, this is what I would want to get to. So explain your perfect thing to it. Maybe it's with music. Maybe it's with something where you say like, okay, good night, Maria. Thank you so much for being on, period. I appreciate you. And I hope you have a really great rest of your night. Good night. Tell my queen she can give me a call anytime in the morning. I'll be awake nice and early anytime. But yeah, I would just be really vulnerable with it. Say, like, I'm just getting started with vibe coding. This is what I want to make. So in a perfect world, you say like, oh, I create music and I source all my things from here. And then I take it and I send it out to all of these different people. And then, I don't know, whatever. I want to vibe code something that would help me manage all of the different record labels I've sent my music to, and would help me track all of the different things in progress, whatever. I mean, just ramble and just be honest and be like, this is what I want to make. Like, can you help me make this? More often than not, it's going to say, yeah, I can. But the thing with AI, and especially in the early stages of starting to use it, is like you, again, you don't know what you don't know, right? So a lot of, even now, like, again, I don't know what I don't know. So that's why I assign all these random agents to do the things. And even just today, I didn't have agents yesterday. I just made agents for this project. I just started to make it. And then the reason that I got all these agents was because some guy got on and was like, you don't know what you're doing. You're going to ruin, you're going to open yourself up to all these safety concerns, and somebody's going to hire you and you're going to ruin them, basically, for lack of better words. I don't know. He said something along those lines. And then I started to think like, not only do I not think that's true, but what could I just do? What kind of guardrails could I put in place that make sure that doesn't happen? And then I just said like, hey, could you also do security for me and like help me walk through this? And then it'll tell you how. I think the biggest thing, especially though with Claude or AI or like coding or whatever, is just being persistent through asking questions and working through the problem. Because sometimes you're going to get frustrated, or it's not going to give you exactly what you want, or there's going to be errors, there's going to be bugs, it's not going to be fully exactly right, is being like, I don't understand this exactly. Can you dumb it down for me? Just don't even, like, I treat it like it's okay to tell it I don't understand. It's okay to tell it I'm confused. It's okay to just be like, I need you really like slow it down for me. And then also ask it questions all the time. Like I'd be like, double check your work, or is there anything I'm missing, or give it context, tell it to have certain jobs. You could say, I'm a professional vibe coder and I'm teaching a newbie vibe coder how to vibe code. And they're going to build a website. They're going to build a web app. You can vibe code anything too. I started vibe coding with spreadsheets. Like you could literally say, hey, I need a profit and loss spreadsheet. I needed to have all of these different columns and all of these different things. And I want it to track this and I want it to track that. And I want these functions across these different sheet pages. It will make all the different functions. It'll connect all your sheets. It'll do everything perfectly. So you don't even have to vibe code, like here I'm like vibe coding this whole dashboard web app. You don't even have to go that far. If you do something in your life that you already, I don't know, honestly think like, as lame as it is, you think like, could I ask it to help me do this thing? If somebody else has built it, you could build it, and you could make any variation and splice and mix and match what they've built too and build it for yourself. So I'd say that, yeah. So be vulnerable with it. Ask it as many questions as you need. Assign it roles. Probe deeper. And then if it tells you that you need to do something and you're confused and you don't understand, ask it and tell it to dumb it down for you. The things that I learned early on that I didn't understand, it would tell me, okay, like I've never used GitHub before in my entire life. Like, and I barely even open the GitHub now that I've like set it up. But again, I'm not a coder. So if there's somebody who's coding, the first step's making different agents. Yeah, of course. So what you could do, if you want to make different agents, so let's start with a fresh chat and a clear context. And we'll go. Hey Claude, assume we have never vibe coded anything together ever for the nature of this one chat, and I want you to act as an expert vibe coder who is teaching a newbie vibe coder who has never vibe coded anything before but wants to start vibe coding possibly web apps, websites, dashboards, spreadsheets, PDF document files, etc. The whole nine. I would like to create an outline of the step-by-steps for how I should get started. and what things I should consider. Keep it thorough, but simple enough for someone who has never done this before to follow. Let's see what she says. And let's see how this is going. Okay, still good. So yeah, we'll get a beginner-friendly vibe coding curriculum guide. So yeah, so vibe coding is essentially building digital products by describing what you want in plain language to an AI and then iterating through conversation until you get a working result. You don't need to know how to code, but you do need to think clearly about what you're building. So understand what you're doing. So when you vibe code, you're acting as a project manager and a creative director, which is exactly it. You're just kind of telling it like, hey, do this, do that, do this. So describe it clearly, know what you want, or be willing to figure it out. That's the biggest thing, is just be willing to figure it out. I'm telling you, if you keep probing, if there's a will, there's a way. Test it, give feedback, and keep moving things forward. So AI, it does. You don't have to be a coding expert. You don't have to know what you're doing with code, but it does help to understand the basics, or to understand, I guess, like what each different type of code, like what they do or like how they function. But even I barely know that, so it's not it doesn't matter. So set up your environment. So for web apps, websites, and dashboards. So Claude AI artifacts, quick prototypes. So this kind of stuff, artifacts, this is how I got started, was making artifacts. So I think that is an easy, it's an easy way in, like to just dabble. So tools. So it's saying set up your environment. Disregard these. So already I don't like these instructions though, because I think the way that this is guiding you, and so again, I guess if you had never known vibe coding, but I got to where I got to by like me vibe coding for like 2 months. So actually, let me help you bypass this part. This is telling you the easy ways to do it. So cursor, replit, this I think like connect, like you don't need, I don't know. I don't use any of these. You don't need any of these. You don't need Lovable. You don't need any of this stuff. So scrap it. Because I think like Lovable makes all their money because they basically make vibe coding easy and digestible. Like they've added basically the agents for you in a sense, is my guess. I don't know. So what I would do, let's see. So I guess these are basics though. What makes a good prompt? I want to build this. I want to do that. So I want to build a lead scoring calculator for B2B marketers. So this is actually how I did get started so let me go to my website. So this is not like a plug or anything. This is just like my website I made a bunch of templates and tools when I very first got started that were going to help me with marketing. So like an A/B testing calculator, like, a cost of goods calculator, campaign. Me and one of my clients made these together. I was like, oh, could you make a calculator? And then, oh, this is misaligned. I gotta check this. But it made a whole calculator. It can do all of this. And then I was like, oh, whoa, that's kind of neat. So it started here because I was HTML coding stuff for my website. And then I was like, oh, could I do this? Could I do that? And then again, I'm not a coder, but it walked me through setting it up in my terminal, because it told me that it could do it faster and better if it was inside my terminal rather than doing it in here. And I did learn that you preserve a lot more tokens by doing it in your terminal than doing it with Claude. And then there's a lot of people that have been going live vibe coding. I had never watched a single person vibe code at all before me, like at all. Like I got the concept and I got the idea of like what is vibe coding, but I never watched anybody do it. But I've hopped on a few other lives of other people vibe coding, and it is interesting. Like everybody does it a little bit differently, right? It's just kind of like, if you were like, I just want it to be like this, like, it's like, how do you feel like you want it to be, you know? So yeah, but I would just recommend don't feel like there is this big barrier to entry. I think that's the biggest thing, is just start playing around with it and making stuff. And then like, I think like the first 3 like apps, like the first day that I learned that I could do this, I went crazy. Let me see if I can launch this project that I made. I'm not kidding. I went off the rails. I was like, and then I could add this, and then I could do this, and then I could do this. And I was showing everybody, I was like, look at this, look at this. And they were like, whoa, that's crazy. But it didn't have any like safety stuff built in. It wasn't really like, it was all over the place. But by doing it, I was like, whoa, like I didn't realize I could do this. So I'll show you. Let's see, what does it look like? Yes, I trust this folder. Run dev server. And also, I didn't know about any of the commands either. I didn't know a single command. I had to ask it, so it would be like npm run dev, and then I felt so cool. I was like npm run dev, npm run dev, npm run dev. So this is like something that is this version is like just work, and it's actually quite functional. It's also got a lot of like the safety stuff built in and whatever. This was me going absolutely crazy with everything that was possibly in my mind that I could put on there. And I was like, oh, what if on the dashboard it has this? And what if it has this? And what if it has that? And then what if it has focus mode? And then what if, like you can kind of see like how this is kind of like a more improved thing. And I was like, but what if I could also track everything in my life, my health? Who do I need to text back? What are all my chores in my house? And I was like, this is so fun. I'm having so fun. Like I could do a shopping list. I could plan my travel. I could plan a trip. And I just started making all these things. So if you think like, oh, maybe you travel a lot as a person, maybe you love to travel and you're constantly thinking like, it would be really nice to have an app, a travel planner that maybe help me plan all my outfits, which is what I did. I had an outfit planner, and I was like, oh, I can add a picture and I could choose this. And then like, this is like me just like being like, could I do this? And so this was like a mind dump of what are all the million different things I could freaking vibe code. I could help myself with my taxes. I can track my clients. I can do invoices. I can do tasks. So it was like, once I started to just build something, it opens your mind to like, what is possible? What could I do? And like, just again, take a thought that you're like, ask it, can I do this? Tell me how, walk me through it. But what I would do is, if you're going to ask Claude to help you vibe code from the beginning, skip all the bullshit and tell it like, I want you to teach me how to launch something like from a project folder. Like I want to be able to make a project folder and give you the instructions and code it from within my terminal. Walk me through that. So actually, let's just tell it that. And if anybody, what I could do is, if you're on the chat and like, if you want this, hey Josh, thank you so much, I appreciate it. If you want, I'm happy to email you this prompt, or like this prompt or whatever it says, like download this and I'll just email it to you. Like there's no gatekeeping here. I can just say like, let's just tell it. Okay, I kind of want to skip all the, oh wait, is this the right folder? No, this is my vibe coding protocol. Where's that? Okay, I kind of want to skip all the bullshit. I don't want to use Lovable. I don't want to use Cursor. I don't want to use anything that I could just use Claude to build. Could you give me an outline for somebody who is going to learn for the first time how to install Claude onto their desktop to be able to run Claude code from within their project folder and their terminal? Because I think that we use less tokens that way and it's a lot more efficient. And it should include how to set up your Git repository in the most effective way. It should include where to host it, whether or not it's for sale or Netlify or whatever. Not for sale, but whatever. And I also want it to include best practices for setting up a repository and all of the different files and the way that I should compose my files. And then I also want all of the recommended agents that I should have and the recommended skills that I should start with. And then basically this is a document that somebody can copy and paste into their Claude, and Claude will walk them through step by step on their own computer how to get started with vibe coding. So we'll see what it says. Oh, hell yeah, Josh. I don't know if you saw my DM, but drop me a link to your stream. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. It's going to catch me in some hot water. Yeah, drop me a link to your stream. I'll tune in some time. NPM Run Dev is a command and run website that is made of Okay, thank you. Because one time I said NPM Run Dev and it was like, sorry, NPM Run Dev doesn't work here. Do you mean you want to start up the Vite server? And I was like, okay, I don't know. Just do whatever. Perfect. So yeah, here it'll make us a little Claude Code setup guide. So if you want this little setup guide, I think my email's in the bottom. If not, my website's on the bottom and my email's on my website. Shoot me an email. Happy to just send you the file. No gatekeeping, no nothing. Just send it. Okay, dope. Yeah, I'll tune in. Because yeah, I was saying I don't watch, or I haven't watched any other vibe coders, so it will be interesting to watch other people, because I do feel like watching other people has expanded my brain into the ways that I can use things. I'm not quad H level. I'm not running multiple terminals at the same time, but maybe I'll get there. Perfect. Okay, so it looks like we've got some stuff built. So we've got some stuff. Portal proposal signing. Okay, so wait. Reusable signing form extracted. Okay, let's look at that. Let's see that. Proposals. Me. $1 trillion. Okay, so hi, thank you for taking the time. Based on our conversation, here's a proposal. Great, okay. Cute, why work with me, my unique value. Okay, cool. Okay, so here's my proposal example. How do I get it signed? Proposal created, what happens? Then what happens? Oh, wait, I'm confused. And that's messed up. Okay, so I'm confused. So sometimes I'm like, okay, so this is one thing, is like I learned this is called a z-index, and I only learned that from asking my Claude questions. Okay, so could you explain the workflow for the proposals for me a little bit? I am confused. So I created a proposal. It says that it's sent. Is it automatically sent via email? And does the client sign the proposal, or does the client sign the contract? And where is somebody signing if they are signing? And also the drop down for the 3 dots to edit in my proposal section. It falls behind a shadow in the z-index where I have to scroll down. It's not visible over the top. So that as well. And another thing as well is I include tons of screenshots. So like I'll be like, this is what I mean, so that it'll be like, oh yeah, I see what you mean. It's like falls behind the thing. And then what does this mean? What does this mean? So we'll see. What does it say? Well, good thing Claude knows. Whenever I don't know, I literally am just, so like if you code already, Ashen Walvit Gura M4T, you are going to be great at vibe coding, because I think that the nice thing is that if you already have coding context, you could be really specific with it, and you can tell it like, make sure that when you do this, you always follow these best practices, or make sure that, you know, you do my things like this or like that, or I want to do it like this. You'll be better at guiding it. Like for me, like when I first started, it was maybe using like an outdated CSS. So then somebody else was like, you should be using Tailwind. And then I was like, oh, okay. So then I was just like, hey, why aren't you using Tailwind? And it was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll use Tailwind. You got it. So when you know better, obviously you can do better. But if you don't know better, ask it as much as you need to. Be like, what's the most up-to-date version that we could be using? Is there a more up-to-date version? Oh, do I have any dead code? Is there anything that could be better optimized? What in our code could be fixed? So you can constantly just ask it and ask it and ask it and ask it. Because again, Lord knows, I don't know. Okay, so here is the workflow, because I don't know. So doesn't send anything automatically, sends just a status label. Okay, so I don't like that. The app doesn't email. So I have my email integrated, so that should work together. So we'll give it that pointer. See, I don't know. See, that's the thing. Should I be telling this to do a different tech stack? So you let me know. I don't know. See, and that's the thing is you would be able to tell it, this is old school, don't use this, I want to do it like this, and it would be like, good call, you're so smart. So okay, so it does have email integration, so it should be able to just auto-populate the email with the proposal, and then I should be able to send it from within the platform. And okay, heard about the client signing. Same, different proposals, free form. So would my client need to sign the proposal? Typically, the process for me at least goes, I will have a discovery call and meet with the client. After the call, I will follow up with a client proposal. They have the time to review the proposal and come back to me with any negotiations, updates, changes, etc. to the proposal that I sent. And then once we confirm the details of the proposal, those details go into a more clearly defined scope of work within the contract, and then I send the contract out and the contract gets signed. So typically a client does never sign a proposal, they only sign a contract, but they review the proposal and then agree to the proposal to go into the contract. And I don't think, oh, okay, I was going to say, did you hear me? But as you can see here, it fixed this. Oh, no, it didn't. Oh my God. See, here I was saying, look at how smart it is. It fixed my problem. It did not fix my problem. Oh, no, just kidding. Okay, we said it was the fix. Okay, so wire send proposals to the email composer. Great. Replace sign and accept. Okay, great. Keep signing only on contracts. Great. Remove proposal signing. Yes. Okay, so yes, I think that's a lot better. And then also, sorry, but you did not fix the drop down hiding behind the segment that is below it still. Check all of those. I don't know. Sometimes I get tired of prompting it. I'm like, girl, you should have known better. I don't know. I'm just wasting my hard-earned coins. Also, I definitely, it depends on what you consider wasting money, I guess. But like, I certainly just used up a shit ton of tokens and credits just trying stuff, seeing what could be done. So I think you kind of also just accept that it's just a constant like game of like trying and testing and just seeing and doing. But I also think it's cool is like if you're ever just somebody who's wanted to be able to do something and like you don't have a full team to do it. Like this is annoying me. Like I don't like this. But now you have Claude. I don't like this either. I don't like that those are different sizes. And I want these to not automatic like when I hate that they're automatically open. I don't like that. We'll fix the mobile version later. I don't know. Did you fix it? You still haven't fixed it. Oh, it's fixing all the pages. Oh, oh gosh, my yawn out of nowhere. I hate that. I hate yawning. Great question. So I am on the max plan for $100 a month. I started on the pro plan with $20 a month, and I was able to do a lot. Like I'm not gonna lie, like you're able to do like quite a bit. You can still have Claude in your terminal. I had a friend who made a project from scratch. She made like a little course, and it was like an 8 module course, and it had like a PDF download and all of that. And she did it on the pro plan. Um, but what happened was I got so carried away that I was timing out, and it was telling me that my tokens would refresh at like 7 o'clock, and it would be like 2 in the afternoon, and then I knew that I wouldn't be able to use it until like 7, and I would be sitting there like, oh, I can't wait to get back on. I can't wait to get back on. And then I would try to use ChatGPT in the middle of using it. Thank you so much. September's Passion. We'll see you soon. And get to building. Hopefully you'll feel inspired to vibe code something. But yeah, I was timing out, and I was like trying to use ChatGPT to do the same thing, and I was using Codex, and it just wasn't doing as good of a job. Like I don't know how to explain it, but like it just sucked. I was like, okay, like you can't get basic design principles right. I'm telling you to adjust this, and like you keep messing up. I'm just going to wait for Claude. So I would sit there and I would wait and I would wait and I would wait. And then finally I was like, you know what? Like I'm sick of waiting. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to get the $100 one. And so now I've had the $100 one for 2 months. I personally think it's worth it just because of how much I do with it, because I also am using it for my other clients. Like I make PDFs downloads with it. I use it to do, it also connects with your Notion if you use Notion. So it's got a Notion MCP. So I use that to build out like social media content planners and all of that in Notion, which my goal is to then just do it in my little thing I'm doing now. I was also using it for spreadsheets. I was doing lots of like financial data spreadsheets and stuff. And so whatever, I bit the bullet. I bought the $100 one. I've not needed to consider using the $200 one because I'm not working on like a bunch of projects. But I know some of the other people that I tune into live, like they've got the $200 one, and they're able to run like a few projects at once, multiple terminals at once. Like I'm right now, I'm one terminal girl, and then I bounce back between my Claude web guy here and then my Claude code. And then sometimes if I need to, I will jump to Claude Haiku, which is inside your browser. And you can ask Haiku to take actions for you. So if I wanted to say like, hey, could you fill out this lead form for me? And I mean, I could just say that. Hey, could you fill out this lead form for me and use your best judgment based off of the services that I need from Tiana for paid advertising services. And my email is tianaliss.work. Okay. Let's see. I've actually never tried this, so we'll see. God. Gotta stop. We'll see if this works. But Haiku can take action inside your desktop. So I will have it like update spreadsheets for me. I had a friend say, can you make my spreadsheet cuter? I want it to be more girly. And right in front of our eyes, it made it pink and green and cute and girly. And my friend, she's on the $20 plan, and we vibe coded her website together in person on this live. There's another one like vibe code a beginner website for newbies or whatever. She's on the $20 plan. We did the whole website. She was able to do everything in her terminal. So you can always just dabble, and then if you actually find that you're like, okay, like I'm into it, see, like here it is. It's like filling out this shit for me. So I also do like SEO audits and things like that. So I will use Haiku to go to a website, and I'll say, okay, like review the content on this website, do an SEO audit. It can look at the code and it can look at the front end of the page. Sometimes for things that I like, I will tell it to analyze this website, establish all of the features and functionality, and then make me an explanation for how this works so that I could then give it back to Claude Code so that I could have this feature in my thing. A web channel for which thing? Do you mean for the building a website? Sorry. I'm on a 60-second delay with the chat, so sometimes I don't know exactly what it is pertaining to. See this? I mean, obviously, it would have been way faster if I would have just filled out the form. So I wouldn't use it for something like this, but if I don't want to. Oh yeah, it's an episode. It's actually this second or third vibe. It's called Vibe Code and Vibe, and it says build a website with newbie vibe coders. And I mean, you would be able to even see like that episode to this episode. I had no idea what I was doing on that episode. I literally was just telling her like, Claude said, run this command. Okay, now run this command. And it was just fully me asking Claude, what should we do next? How do we do this? And it's the whole thing from start to finish, setting it up inside her terminal like idiots on live. Not like idiots, but like if you knew what you were talking about, you would look at that and you would be like, all right, you guys literally are dumb. But that's how we learn. Okay, so I am up to my weekly limits that reset. No! So I'm into my extra usage right now. So maybe I do need to get the $200 plan. But it will, let's see. Usage. So my current session, I'm only at 36%. Well, it says that, oh, maybe it's my Haiku. I don't know. All models reset in 22 hours. But yeah, so you get usage limits per model for different things. So like Sonnet is, in my opinion, I just would rather just use Opus for everything. It's like the smarter model. But I do notice that it just does perform better. Like Sonnet just, I think, fine for easy tasks, but I don't feel like I ever do easy stuff. I am still going, I know. I am almost at my limit though. They're about to cut the lights. But yeah, we were just, let's see how far actually it is. It's like it's filling out my lead form really slow. It asked me, so it made it through the first steps, but it doesn't know. Okay, because I didn't give it the right email. But anyways, you get the idea. You can do things inside your browser too. But yeah, me and Claude, thick as thieves. She's my girl. Okay, so let's see how we fixed it though. So no new files. Okay. I'm just gonna auto accept. And then also I had to learn the difference between what is clearing the context and starting over versus like what's just like going forward with the plan. And basically you clear the context if it's what you're doing doesn't rely on what you were talking about before. But if what you were doing relies on the conversation history before, then don't clear the context. Let's learn that. The hard way or the easy way. I don't know. What I want to be able to do is have somebody who's DJing live on TikTok playing in the back of my YouTube live. And then I'll find somebody else who's DJing live to play my YouTube live on the back screen of while I'm listening to somebody DJing live. I feel like we're in an era of the mini live. The person who's got like 10 people just hanging out, like we're just digitally hanging out. Yeah, I get it's really quiet and boring. Inception. Yeah. Vibeception. And I'll make it work. I'll make it happen. It'll be like when I get to 10,000 subscribers, I'll do it. And they'll be like, okay, what an accomplishment. I'm manifesting. I'm manifesting a YouTube, what's that thing that they give you? A little gold plaque. But I do think, yeah, I've been going live, but will I make videos? I'm not sure yet if I'm going to start making edited videos. If I can figure out how to vibe code one of those, like, you know how they have like the podcast editing software, like how do they do that? That's what I want to figure out. Let's shoot for the moon. Like somebody else was able to do it. How does like CapCut video editor work? How does it know how to cut out the silences and cut out the ums and to do that? And like TikTok's editor is way better than Instagram's editor. So like Instagram hasn't figured it out yet to be able to like cut it easy good. It's not good. TikTok's on the other hand, their like editor to auto extract or auto cut. How does it do that? Can we do that? I printed out a paper certificate for reaching 100 subs. Hell yeah, brother. Well, you mean like after you reached 100 subs? Because I thought I saw you were past 100, right? Weren't you at 200 something? I'm not sure. Maybe I was wrong. But I thought but hell yeah. You got to celebrate every accomplishment. Something about YouTubing, it's like, you just have to keep going. And also, I do believe that your channel will grow. I think that, I've watched it grow in front of my own eyes, and then, I subscribed, and I see you've got a strong community of people that immediately are already, the other week when I reached it. Okay, hell yeah. But you have a strong community, and I think that that's like the first thing it takes to grow is like building a community and people who are interested in the 200 sub. Make it the 500 sub certificate. That way you're like really, really striving for it. But you'll get there. You will definitely get there. I have subscribers, but they're old subscribers for a completely different style of content that I used to do. So a lot of them don't care about what I'm posting about. Some of them do tune in because they had enjoyed me as a creator, but I've been dropping subs like flies, literally left and right. People are like unsubscribing. So, yeah, but I do know from personal experience, it's just showing up every day and building it. Well, not every day, often, but you are showing up every day. But I'm not, but you know what I mean. Just showing up consistently and being yourself and yeah, building a community. And then people are always interested in being a part of that community. I used to do anti-MLM content. So I used to just talk a lot about, I used to do like reaction videos, scammers, which I obviously wasn't working hard enough because MLMs are still taking over. And I get a lot of views on my content still, like old stuff where people are thinking about joining like Forex or like iMastery Academy or something. You should check out my Vibathon submission I did this week. Oh, okay. What's a Vibathon? And yeah, how do I Vibathon? I want a Vibathon. Also, I was wondering how, when you are running like 6, 7 multiple terminals at the same time, are they working on the same project or are they working on different projects? Are they different agents? Are they different things? Are they passing on? Like, I'm trying to get an understanding because of course, I mean, I'm running my one terminal and it's doing its thing. If I opened up another terminal, would it mess up this? Like, I'm trying to understand how do you, okay, a hackathon. So I still barely know what a hackathon is. Yes, but how does one enter it and what's the competition? Like, I want to enter one so I can win. And yeah, how do like who's the governing body? And maybe we just get together. Like me just rallying the troops now. We make the mini vibe coders, and then all we gotta do is blast the shit out of it on TikTok. Like, get together. Like, I mean, we can get Quad H, we can get Josh, we can get our new friend Ashton, who's never vibe coded before. We got me, and I'm sure you got a lot of people in your chat. Gonna sub to your channel to do vibe coders unite. Yeah, see, hell yeah. So I feel like what we can do is we create a little thing. We say we're gonna do it on like March 1st. We say, okay, March 1st, tune in. We're going live across these channels. And then everybody promotes it a bunch on TikTok. And then obviously you keep promoting it in your lives leading up to it. And you say, we're going to do a hackathon. We're going to do a vibe. Well, not a hackathon. We're doing a vibe codathon. It's from a YouTuber called Bridgemind. Okay, let me look him up. Typing under this shit. Okay, nice. Okay, so I see. So again, I don't vibe code, so I'm understanding now. Okay, so he's just vibe until he makes $1 million. Wait, how is he making $1 million? Wait, what? Is this from him live streaming? That's interesting. Oh, maybe I gotta learn what brother's been up to. Okay. So how, okay. Neat. Interesting. Yeah, I agree. Watch out for the haters. Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't need to enter this one. He already has, wait, how many? I don't know. How many? Okay. How many? So he already has 47K. So right off the bat, see, again, I before I just was like, I'm going to go vibe coding. or I'm going to go live vibe coding. I didn't look at a single person. I was like, I don't want to know what other people are doing. I don't want it to influence me. I just was like, I think I should just do this and I'm going to do it. So I just went live. But it's brought me to, new community, new people, new things. And I've never seen this, but here we go. The market is there. The need is there. The content is there. What I'm interested in, and he does nice long lives. And this looks like 34K views on a 5-hour live. I think I'm in the running to win. Oh, okay. Wait, how do I vote for you? Let me know, where do we go to vote, and I will go and vote for you. Let's see, okay. And while that's going, let's actually test my proposal real quick. Okay, new proposal, new contract. So, I feel like my contract would be based off of the proposal though. So if I've already established it, then but maybe we'll just whatever. Because this would have, in my opinion, again, whatever, been chosen when I sent the proposal. Next, compensation, flat monthly fee, $1 million. Okay, so I'm confused though. Okay, so it said it was a link and then something. Oh, okay, so awaiting signature. Nice. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Okay. Serve. I like that. I think it could be look a little bit cleaner, but that's pretty neato potato. Okay. It's gonna, because right now I'm using Adobe, so. Perfect. Okay, so it doesn't say signed by or the date, but I guess maybe because I didn't type it. And then what happens on this end? Contract. Okay, so it says it's been seen. Okay, and it says it's been signed. Okay, neat. I like that. Let's see. Oh, what's Gucci Brothers? Let's see. Oh, thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. I was like, I just, I want to live in girlhood. Much more than yeah, it is. It's definitely more than a time tracker for sure. And I felt really inspired by Notion when I was doing it with the notebooks, and then also really inspired by Monday. I don't know if you've ever used Monday, but there's some super cool features to Monday, the way that you can add boards and you can do things. So I wanted, where's my boards? Yeah, project tracker. So I don't know. So I can track things. But what's a custom board? Okay, so it just starts with a blank. Add items. I want to add functions in here though eventually, because that's one of the neat things. ClickUp. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look. So what I've also been doing, and I mean, I don't know if anybody else operates like this, but I would just go to something where I would just go to their boards, and then inside my thing, I have the go full page, and I would just go like this, and then I would just go full page on their thing. And then I would take this and then go into Claude and then explain to it this is the features and functionalities of the board system. I want to have this board system in mind. Here's how Monday does it. What features can I add realistically? So that's kind of how I do is I will think, so I did that with Monday. I did the same thing with Notion. And then I'll also do I'll do tell me the top 3 best features that everyone loves about Notion. and then tell me the top 3 features that people don't like or that causes a bottleneck. And then I would do something like that. And then I will just take the features that people love about Notion or that I know I like or whatever it is, and then the things that people don't love, and then give it back. Sometimes it'll tell me about pricing though, and it's like, I don't give a shit about pricing. Like, that's not going to impact me. We're not charging for anything. But a script with that extension. Okay, so you mean like to take screenshots? When you say use a script, how does that work? So yeah, so here's the top 3 features: all-in-one, database views, relational linking, endless customization. So steep learning curve, performance degradation at scale, and then weak line offline functionality. So this was something that I added into mine, that mine's functional offline. So that's already been addressed. But yeah, so like I would say like maybe mine doesn't have this functionality that well. Okay, wait. Okay, so let me get back to the proposal thing so I don't get off track. But okay, very slay. Love the signing situation you got going on. However, I was thinking when I make a proposal, I would be choosing all of the things that go into the proposal. So the need to choose all of the individual things that are going to go in the contract should have already been based off of what was in the proposal. There should still be the ability to add or change new things, but those should flow from one to the other because they feed into each other. Which actually could have already been done because I realized I created a contract from a completely different project that I didn't create a proposal from before, because I did Tiana and then I did contacts. So it's probably going to say, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, great. Cool. You've already got the scope. Interesting. Like you do that. Interesting. Okay. I personally don't like, I have a friend who like lives and breathes like like his computer is like JSON files. Like I'm like, okay, brother. Me personally, I don't know how to I don't know how to read that stuff. So I'm like, keep it easy for me. But yeah, so like I'll do that though with like all of my favorite things. Like I did that with OneNote. So I was like, okay, like I went to the OneNote user guide and I was like, okay, here's all the things that I really like about OneNote. Like I like I like the ability to be able to like quickly take a screenshot. Like when you're taking notes and you're doing something and you need to take a screenshot and for it to go automatically in there, I was like, I want that feature. I want this. This is what makes sense to me. This is how I work. Yeah, the Go Full Page extension is super, super convenient. 10 out of 10. Love the Go Full Page. Awesome. Hey, well, congrats. Have fun at uni. So it sounds like you're maybe on the other side of the world or somewhere else. But thanks so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're able to get started and build something cool. And maybe we'll hear back from you again on your next project. And then, yeah, I completely agree, Quad. I think it's always interesting, like I said, to watch people that I had never watched vibe code before. I was like, oh, wait. Also, did you explain to me? I don't know if it was in the chats. Did you explain to me? Oh, Sri Lanka. Dope. Hell yeah. Thanks for tuning in from Sri Lanka. I really appreciate that. That's cool. Learned so much today at uni. Get smart. Take on the world. Yeah. So how do... So yeah, Quad, could you explain the terminal thing to me though? I'm gonna check BridgeMine because it looks like he's got a page where he's running a bunch of terminals. Do they all have different jobs? Awesome, thank you. Yeah, do all of these different like, or do all the different terminals run different agents? Do they have different jobs? Are they actually working on different projects? Like, how do they all work together simultaneously? Is what I'm curious about. That's what I was trying to understand. And does he just sit here like and stand and like listen and do a power hour? Dope. Failure is not an option. I need to get in these vibes. Awesome. I love this. This is awesome. Thanks for putting me onto him. I'd never seen him before. Okay, I'm gonna steal his hashtags. Wait, what? What? Oh, I see what's happening. Neat. Okay. Is this where I would vote for you? Cool. Oh, cool. You sent a video. Oh, neato potato. Okay. Are you in here? Where are you? Let me know what your, okay. Yeah. Well, I will be around. What's your, are you on here? Number 16. Oh, okay. Neato. Let's see. What do I got going on? But who's watching you? Okay, Dr. Vibe. Okay. So it's that's so funny. Hydration reminders, eye strain prevention, posture checks. Okay. A little gamification. So it's a companion for vibe coding so that vibe coders, yeah, I will. So that vibe So basically,
Hey everybody, it's Claude here. I just want to give you a quick demo of my product. His name is Dr. Vibe. He is a vibe coding companion for your desktop. He has a direct integration with Claude Code. So as Claude Code is doing certain things, as it's thinking and as it's modifying files, your companion knows. Your companion will be able to remind you to rest your eyes, as you can see on my screen here, and you get achievements for different things that you do. So let me just open up the bottom right here and show you some of the different things that you can do with him. You can see he likes to walk around the screen and find a spot that he wants to go to. That setting you could turn off, of course. We can start a conversation with Claude Code here and just tell him to make a simple edit. And what we'll do is we'll go into the session stats. And as Claude Code is making changes, you'll see in the timeline as it's going through that files are being modified, and recent files will show up at the bottom here. So you'll see how much idle time you have with your AI agent and how much coding time as well. All right, one of the cool features that I really enjoy about him is that you can customize him and apply different character skins. So you can see we have a lot of different ones. We have an alien and we have an Arctic, cyberpunk, and some of your favorites is the Bridge Mind character skin. So you can have your own little Matthew on the screen here while you're coding. When you're done for the day and you want to quit Dr. Vibe, you'll get a little screen for today's wins. He'll tell you how much time you spent coding, how many files were changed, and your streak. I hope you guys enjoyed my little demo here. Go ahead and give him a download.
Neat. Very cool. Very cool. There's built-in sprite editor. Awesome. Anything you want. So now next question being, he lives inside my Claude terminal, like here, or like in my, where does he live? Also, did you answer my question? What do all of these, what are all the terminals doing simultaneously? Are they different people, or are they different projects? Are they working together on the same project, different agents? They have different skills. Okay, he's on my desktop. Okay. Yes. Yeah, what other software is like way crazy cool that we can just steal the features from? Oh yeah, that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. How does TikTok editor cut out and edit things? Because if I could perfectly edit a video, a podcast, or whatever, or like cut the sound, I don't know. I don't know how. I literally don't know. But I'm like, could I make it? If they could make it, why couldn't I make it? Usually just start another terminal and tell it a different task. Yeah, of course, man. Cool. Well, I hope you win. I mean, I'm in your Discord, so feel free to let us all know when the voting starts. Oh, submissions. How many submissions? So we've got 70 submissions. I mean, should I just hurry up and do it? I'm just kidding. I mean, maybe I just come out and top, just win. I don't know what anybody else has, so I got to see what the competition is, you know? Let's see. Let's watch one other person, just see what other people are doing. Quiet. Quiet on the set. Master the stack. Okay, so a game of sorts. You lost me, brother. See, some of this stuff, it's like, it looks so technical. I mean, I'm like, some of it, it's like, that's I think for me, from like a girl's standpoint or like whatever, is that I think that some of it does look intimidating or intense or just like, but then when I started doing it, I was like, this is not that hard, which is why mine is pink and cute. And then this is why I feel like I'm trying, also my goal at least is so that like, or at least I anticipated that my audience would be more females, but it's not. So yeah, I'm like, I'll be like, wait, Mr. Bridgemind or whatever. But let's start our own project. But we don't have to make it like as official. The goal should just be to grow followers and like watch time. Because I miss having my I had my channel was monetized in the past, and then I just stopped posting. But if I would have been posting for the last 5 years, who the hell knows where I'd be now? I don't know. So no reason I can't just pick it up. But this guy, so I'm noticing though, he does things for when he gets to something. So maybe I got to start doing this. 100 likes, and I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm definitely not doing 750 push-ups. Or a live cold plunge. The amount of wasted tokens, 1 token at a time. That's crazy. Well, I might as well subscribe while we're here. But yes, we just got to collab as much as possible. I think dudes tend to be more on YouTube. I agree. I was like, oh, maybe I should go live on Twitch too. But I really think I'm like, just we do a oh, okay, I never knew these guys. These guys don't know me, but I'm about to challenge these motherfuckers to the death. No, I'm just kidding. And then I don't know if you guys are on TikTok, but I feel like you just start farming on TikTok and you go, oh, want to see something cool? Want to watch a vibe coding competition? And then just post it and post it and post it and post it and be like, this Tuesday, vibe coding competition, this Tuesday. And then hopefully somebody's goes viral. Because somehow I had a viral, make it for you. I added a dog and a lion. I would want a Rick, Mr. Vibe. Yeah, start up the vibe battle project. I will definitely come to battle in vibes. So I would want a Rick I'll show you him. It's my dog. Let's see. Yeah, so it is like Rick and Morty, but his full name is actually Ricky Ricardo Coco. And it's actually 1 year since I fostered to rescue him. And he's just a sweet little Maltipoo. He's so cute. I'm literally obsessed with him. I'm just trying to find a good picture of him. I'll find more pictures. This is Rick. He's a little Maltipoo. He's so cute. I love him. He's really fat. He's a little chunky. And yeah, here's him when I very first got him. Very scraggly. I actually think he's gained some weight. So I don't know. I brought him to the vet and they were like, what are you feeding him? He's actually 2 pounds heavier. And I was like, what? He's on a diet, but I guess not. I don't know. He's just a chunky boy. So yeah, my little Ricky potato. So I would take one of him. My friend got me a rave jersey and he put patches of Rick on each arm. So he's my little cute boy. But I would take a Rick one. That would be funny. But it's like, well, I do hope you win, bro. That would be dope. And if you don't win first place, you're gonna win second and third, so you're gonna win the same amount of money. I'm like, I trust you, girl. Run the plan. But yeah, I don't, the one thing I question is like, would I ever want to take this to market, or did I just do it for me? I'm making it like I could take it to market because I was like, well, I might as well just build it just in case, but we'll see. But I haven't even used it yet. I've spent more time like building. Oh, I guess that's how things work. So you have to build it before you can use it and like whatever. But like I literally not a single client, not a single time tracked. I've been telling myself like, okay, well, you're going to get up and you're going to use your Pomodoro tomorrow and you're going to actually work on a project for a client. So that'll be my goal. But I'm timed out until 6 p.m. No. Oh yeah. 75%. No. So this is a feature though. Like I want more of this. And let's tell it. Oh, wait. Oh wait. Let's actually, because I got this here, let's go to my little agents. Also, yeah, and if you have any ideas for some new agents that I should add to my Fortune 500 team, that's what I built today is a Fortune 500. Let's see. So scroll. Okay. So this is notably a top feature in Notion, and I have some of this, but I feel like I could have more customization and flexibility across some of the builders and pages on my time tracking app. Can you create a functionality outline that I can give to my Claude code that it could then assess and assign and create a plan? I don't know. I don't think he's the right person to ask. I actually think I should have asked my Claude code because he doesn't know my code base. He doesn't know my tech stack or whatever the fuck. Oh my god. Look at my arrow. Oh yeah. Also, drop the link to, well, actually I have been using my voice command thing. I just added a little double tap. Well, so the thing is, I actually barely even know what's the difference between a Fortune 100 and a Fortune 500. I literally just said to it, I was like, all right, well, pretend like you just reached Series A funding and you're a startup and you just looked at our roster and you were like able to hire 10 more people. Who are those 10 people? Okay, good to know. Okay, that's good to know though. I appreciate that. It's a vibe. What I was saying is too, is one day I'm going to forget that I have this on and then I'm going to walk away and then I'm going to be talking mad shit about somebody and then they're going to not hear it, but they're going to see that I was talking mad shit about them. Oh, okay, understood. See, you learn something new every day. And that's the thing. It's okay. It's okay to be dumb on live. It's okay to learn publicly. um, Honestly, it's like it's something that I'm like I never gave a shit about. It's like Fortune, you're a Fortune company. So then why not Fortune 10? That's you make a really good point though. Why Fortune 500? Why would I want subpar earnings when I could have more on par earnings? Press escape twice to. Oh, thank you. Okay. See, I didn't. I was like, it's annoying because I'm like, I can't copy it. How do I get rid of all that crap? So thank you so much for just teaching me something new. See, that's what it's all about. Thank you. Oh yeah. So we'll let this finish, and then I think the last thing I'll do for this evening is I'm gonna ask it about adding more customization to the boards and like the Notion and the Monday and the whatever, that whole random thing that I built. But what I also really want is the functions. I don't know if anybody's let me see here. Let me pull up a board real quick for Monday. Just make sure my client stuff's not showing. Switch. No. Even okay, so even Monday is adding vibe coding. I don't know if you guys have seen this. Like Monday has added vibe coding into their platform so that you could build apps with your stuff. So ideas for me, deal closer, sales outreach, sales forecasting. So from the data that I have in my software, it can now build apps for you, and they're calling it Monday Vibe. Like, the way to be original, Monday. Let me get out of this and get into the CRM. Let's make a fresh board. New board, create board, a private board. Okay, so this is just a blank board. What I really like about Monday is the ability to add like upload a file, checkbox. You could add a timer to this. You can connect this to another board. So like when something happens on that board, it mirrors to another board. I could add drop down status changes, but my favorite thing that you could add is the formulas. So you can run like full functions, full formulas. I don't know. Can't even think of a freaking function off the top of my head, but you can do anything that you would be able to do in Excel, you could do that. So, from this, subtract this to do this. So like you know what? Let's just do it. Let's do it right now. Let's copy this. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, great. Push and commit. Thanks. Let's just push and commit that so that's done. Get out of my. I don't know what it did, but I'm sure it's fine. Pontificating. Yeah, because I'm always curious. I'm like, what can I do? I know I can do more. I know I can do it. And then I'm like, if you guys did it, I just have to copy it from you guys. And by you guys, oops, not my old texts. Where'd that stupid feed go? Thanks, I appreciate it. You know what though? We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, I'm like, I'm stealing your ideas, Monday. And also, I like this AI. Like, if they could have an AI assistant, like, I mean, I did actually add an AI assistant to my little thing. I haven't actually tested it yet, but I did set it up, and I did put $5 in my thing to. I haven't even tried it. I was like trying it. Okay, I've tried it. Can you? I have ADHD, if you couldn't tell. A new task to try and create a task. As a task due by tomorrow. Okay, request failed. So no, I don't know. Maybe it's because it's the local host and I have to actually do it from the live one, not the local one. I'll test it there after. But okay, committed and pushed. Okay, so now let's do what we want to do. Okay, so I actually have no idea what it's just pasted. So what did I just paste? Okay, perfect. That's what I want. All those little functions. Okay. So Monday has a feature inside the boards, and you can add a function, and then that function can do functions like Excel. I also want that feature on my board where I can create functions based off of different columns and things that are found around my board. Let me know what we need to be able to create this. I'm going to include all of the different functions that are available in Monday that may or may not be necessary for mine. And I'd like you to enact whatever agent is the best agent to do whatever we need to do, and all of its little subordinate agents to do all the work for it. And help me add this to my custom board section. All right, let's see what girlfriend says. Let's take a screenshot. Oops. Let's see what we got going on, and if she can do that. All right, thank you so much, Quad. Appreciate ya. We'll catch you on the next one. Okay, I know it's a big feature, but I want it. Everything's a big feature. And I have no functions to run, but we'll see. Because what I like about, again, Monday is everything's interconnected. So when something changes here and does this, it does that, which I did also add into this too, which I was working on. Which being able to do this reminds me, people are really fucking smart. Like the fact that somebody actually did code Monday, maybe they had access to something like vibe coding, sure, but like whoever did it is really smart and their brain works really cool. But I myself added a automation section so that I could create workflows. So like when a proposal is signed, I can create a task, log in, like, so like I did add that ability to add workflows and actions. I haven't actually used this, so it's gonna take me some probably time to like actually make sure that the workflows work and make sense, and that I have the workflows that I think would make sense. But I wanted that feature, so I added that feature too. do it. Wow, oh my God. One time I was like, oh my God, I'm at 70. I was like, I'm at like 80 views. I want to make it to 100. Should I just stop or should I keep going? And then Claude popped on my thing and he was like, oh, Tiana's live. And then I made it to 120. So, you know, gotta say bless up where you can. Also, I think I'm gonna make a badge, a vibe badge. This will be like my persona. I'll put it on. I'll be like, oh, I'm vibing, and it's pink, so it'll be like, sorry, it's a vibe time. And maybe I gotta adopt what that guy Bridgemind does. Maybe I need to put on like sunglasses. Like I need to be like vibe coding. Like I need to like maybe I need to actually. You know what? It does create a point. I'm not setting any vibe right now. I mean, I got a little disco ball hanging kind of, but I think I need to set more vibes. Custom fields. Icon library. Actually, this is my favorite part of my whole project, though. My little icons. They're so cute. I love them. I didn't want ugly emojis. I was sick of those ugly emojis. I'm excited to see this work. I hope it works. What I need to do is actually use it, though. I think that actually is going to be the first thing. It's still behind us. Xanax. Yes, once this is done, I'm gonna go to bed. Just kidding, I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm gonna eventually go to bed, but what am I gonna do? I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna walk around my house aimlessly. Think about the stuff that I probably should have done today that I didn't. And, I don't know, dread the morning when I have to I have a meeting tomorrow with one of the founders that I work with for a startup. And like, okay, you guys, like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys here. I'm gonna be real. Working for them very much frustrates me. And if you're on this call right now and I happen to work for you, no, you're not. I've never worked for another organization in my entire life that constantly pointing fingers and trying to place blame on somebody for something. It's like, you guys, this shit's annoying and I'm over it. Like, everything is like, it's so-and-so, somebody's fault. And then they like think that the answer is to like act militant and be like, we gotta fix, what are we doing? I want this and I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm not interested, and don't talk to me like that. So that's what I have tomorrow morning, is a meeting, which again, it's fine. They're fine. I just constantly feel like I'm like, I don't operate like that. I don't operate in the vein that like if you make a mistake, like, whatever. That's just how life goes. People make mistakes. But they're just always like massive finger pointers. So anyways, I'm mentally preparing to get my shit rocked tomorrow for something that has nothing to do with me, and to get blamed for something that has nothing to do with me, but I just have to accept it and smile and then move on. So yeah, that's what's on my horizon in the morning. And by in the morning, it's going to happen at like midnight because they're not in the United States. So I wake up to getting yelled at. And I'm like, I don't want to wake up. But whatever. I think my app's better. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't. They would literally be like, are you? My app's, it's not a competition, and their app is definitely different and better, but I'm like, but look what I built. They think they're so smart. All right, I'm done talking shit. Because what if they watch this and then they see that I kind of talked shit a little bit, but I'm talking shit because that they talk shit. That's at the end of the day, is like I get frustrated because of how much shit they talk. Me talking to the 2 concurrent viewers, and it's like it's both the founders, and I'm just joking. Yep, if you guys are on this one, sorry. Please stop yelling at me about stupid stuff. I'm doing my best. Don't you know? The elites are eating babies, okay? I'm just literally doing my fucking best. So that's how I feel. And that's another thing to the 2 people that are on. I don't know if it's Josh and one other, or if it's not Josh and it's 2 random people. Thank you. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I can't find it in me to get that upset at somebody or something over something so like inconsequential. Like, oh, there was a typo in this. Oh, thanks for tapping in and let me know. But like, yeah, like, oh, there's a typo in this or something. Like, I don't care. I literally don't care. Fix it. Move on. I don't care. Sure, okay, it's a recurring issue. Okay, like, what can we do to fix this? What can we do to resolve this? But like, I can't even. Like, my mom was like upset with me about something. Because I do love my mom dearly. I texted her on her birthday. I didn't call her on her birthday. That is my B. I apologize. I'm sorry, Mom. It was the same day that Alex Preddy got shot straight up 11 times in the street. I was like, Mom, I am so sorry. I'm not fighting with you about this. I'm not fighting with you about this. Like, I'm sorry. I apologize. I can do better. I'm not raising my blood pressure over this. I'm not getting worked up over this. People are literally getting yeeted for no reason. I can't be upset about this. Like, people are literally being trafficked into a forever life of servitude to have children and babies for random people that just flew them to I'm not fighting with you. I don't care. I'm not fighting with you about anything anymore. I just don't care. And maybe it's a little bit of like apathy. Maybe it's a little bit of depression. Maybe it's a little bit of clocking out mentally. That's why I'm like here. I'm just like, oh, well, let me just make my pink cute dashboard. I cannot find it in me to care like about stuff that like maybe used to be like whatever, like, oh, get your taxes in, do this, do that. Don't give a hoot. Do not give a hoot. These people don't even pay taxes. Why should I care about, like, I'll get them in, whatever. I'll get them in when I get them in, though, is what I'm saying. And if you want to add an extra $15 onto it, or an extra year late tax, great. I don't care. Do it. I beg of you. But yeah, that's just like been my mood the last like 2 months, 3 months. Like, sure, before, like, whatever, but like, I just can't have it in me to care. So if you do see me getting worked up about something, it's probably just, it's hormonal. We'll call it hormonal. It's a passing thing. But yeah, that's my vibes, is like just trying to keep my vibes. Okay, so this thing is really on and popping though, but like, yeah, I'm trying to keep my vibes as high as possible. And it's like, if other people want to live in that, or if other people want to get upset, or if other people want to, like, that's your cross to bear. That's your story to tell. That's your blood pressure to rise. That's your cortisol levels to manage. Not mine, brother. Keep it over there. keep it as far away from me as possible. Because I think I'm gonna die in this house. That's been stuck in my head. Yeah, just too much crazy shit going on. Way too much crazy shit going on. So yeah, spend time with family, spend time with friends, do whatever you want to do, build whatever you want to build. Yeah, keep it moving forward, keep it positive, stay positive. And yeah, I think what I get worked up the most about is when I am, well, I don't vibe well with like manipulative people, and then I also don't vibe well with finger pointers, but like when I feel like I am doing and putting in a lot of work and going above and beyond, and then when other people like minimize that, that's usually when I get frustrated. But that's just like me being triggered, because like I feel like I'm like an overproducer and an overworker, and like when any job that I ever have ever, not only do I blow that job out of the water, but like I overproduce and I overexceed. So it frustrates me to no end when I do so much and then like little things are nitpicked. I think that that's when I get the most triggered, and that's just like so minuscule that I just have to tell myself like whatever, like that's them. Yeah, thanks, Josh. Yeah, I definitely am a deep feeler. I don't know if you've heard of like HSPs or highly sensitive persons, but I would definitely consider myself a highly sensitive person. And it's been, I'd say the last whatever has been like very trying. But I agree. Yeah, it's been like we live in a time where it's like you need to be stoic, and you're supposed to show up to work, and you're not supposed to have an opinion, you're not supposed to have feelings about things, and you're not supposed to share what you think about politics, and you're not, but it's like we're as a human, like that's just not how I am, and I'm not built to compartmentalize things, and I'm not built to intentionally surround myself with people that like I don't know. But again, in a perfect world, I'd have it the way I'd want it to have, but yeah, people always call me too intense. Okay, that's valid. Yeah, I would look into HSP or like highly sensitive persons. When I discovered that and I read about it, I immediately knew it was me. Like I was like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense." And it's really it's like, and it's like it's little things like could you listen to music or could you see a piece of art and feel so deeply that you're moved to tears? Like, have you ever heard a song that like you felt inside of you? Like when I hear music, like I feel like I feel music on a different level. Like I have a different like my mom doesn't care. She's just like she'll listen to whatever's on the radio. She doesn't give a shit. I'm like, but you don't feel it? And she's like, no. I'm like, no, but like inside of you, feel it. Like I feel it. Right? Yeah, we're not AI, and we're not, yeah, like I'd love to be the perfect coworker that shows up and just like super AI'd the Claude it out. But yeah, I'm a gal with emotions. I have had panic attacks at work. I have been frustrated at work. I have shown my emotion at work. And I think it definitely has been something that people have used against me as a weakness for being an emotional person. But personally, I find it as my strength. Like I am definitely, I'm deeply emotional, but I think that care extends in so many other ways. It makes me care about customers and clients and people's experience and checking in on people and making sure, like I don't like to sell things where like they feel scammy or shady. Like if I'm going to be a salesperson, like I want to know what I'm selling, are you actually going to get value from it? And if I actually don't think you're going to get value from it, I'm probably not going to try and sell it to you, because like if I don't believe in the product, I'm not going to try and sell it. So yeah, I think like it helps. I think being an emotional person, and I mean, actually, you know what? It could go to both ends of the coin, but I do think that it allows me to lead with like a lot of integrity, because I lead with my, like I think and feel and like I sympathize or empathize with situations that I try to move carefully. I don't know. But yeah, I totally. Oh, okay. Okay. Have we spoken about this? I'm not sure. You make music. Awesome. I don't think we spoke about you being a musician. I think that I know September's Passion, who was in the chat earlier. He's a musician as well. But what kind of music do you make? Yeah, let's if you got somewhere where I can check it out and listen, I'm happy to also listen. I am a big bass head though. I mostly only listen to EDM music and I mostly only listen to dubstep. It might be because I am slightly artistic. Oh, dope. Hell yeah. Okay. And sorry, I don't know if we've spoken about this. Where are you located out of? Oh, that's how my functions work. Oh, hell yeah. Dope. Yeah, big bass head. Big into experimental bass. Um, for me, I don't like house because there is no, and people can argue this way, that, the third, I don't know, I guess take it up with your mom. Not you specifically, but you know, the people who argue this thing is like that house music has variety or whatever. And I believe you, like there's chill house, there's this house, there's that. But like whatever it is, like I can't do the same tempo the whole time. For me, what really gets me about dubstep is like you don't know what to expect, or like a drop, or like it's like glitchy. Like I love like the glitch, like that glitch. This is how I am when I'm listening to it. Like okay, hell yeah, Toronto, Canada, dope. I love how everybody's just like everywhere. That's the cool thing about live is like just like huh, you were on the internet and I was on the internet and I was all the way across the world. Like it's so cool. The internet is like it's an interesting place. Okay, so let's see if the functions work. Well, first and foremost, girl, where would the function be? Let's ask. Two things. So where would I be able to trial the functions? And then also I'm noticing when I create a new board from within my notebooks, the Z index for the drop down to be able to add a new column falls behind the card. Get out of here, all you crap. Oh, I don't know where that new screenshot went. I hate when you don't grab it immediately. It like stresses me out because I don't know where it went on my desktop. Josh, stop playing on Spotify. It's like I get copyright striked for playing it. Let's see. I'm just kidding. I don't think they have it. Because I think you would have to be the one to copyright strike me. Oh, I don't have Spotify desktop app. Let's try it on my phone. SoundCloud, etc. Oh, dope. Yeah, drop me. I'm big SoundCloud queen, so yeah, definitely can listen on SoundCloud too. I'm like, me and my SoundCloud are like besties. Let's see. Spotify. So the formula columns live on the pipeline page. Okay, so I don't want it just in the pipeline. I want it for any board. And then, okay, thank you for letting me know that it exists on the pipeline page, but also I'd like it to exist for any board that I make. So if I am in my notebooks and then I add a board and then I'm adding columns to that board, should be able to also add a column from that lineup as well. So that. And then what was I going to do? So it's in the pipeline. Where's my pipeline? Table. Cool. Whoa, okay. I'll have to play around with this. Nice, though. That's cool. I'm sure we could do a formula builder too. Like an AI formula builder. Like I want that, like this, and when it works, could be into this the same way that it's in Monday. Maybe I just come for Monday's neck. A James Blank sample. Oh yeah, sorry. I'll listen to this and then we'll go to bed. Okay, so let's see. Josh. Stop playing. Okay, slay.
She play my mind like she playing GTA. Oh, shoddy.
Okay.
She playing with a nigga from the GTA. Oh, shoddy. Ay, stop playing. What you doing, how you mean is what I'm not saying. About to pick you up and take you for a hot spin.
Okay, nice.
Please know I don't pretend. Yo, got going about to take
Is this you singing and rapping? Did you produce? Are you everything on this? And you know, not to be like it sounds like anybody, but have you heard of Luke Christopher? It kind of has similar vibes to that. Nice. I like it.
I can see that you need something right. Why you playing with all the time is precious, you can't ever.
Yeah, it's I mean, like the R&B vibes. Yeah, he's a friend of a friend. I like this though. What you gotta do is you gotta make it a TikTok trend, and then it'll just blow up, because that's how some of the best like artists is like. I mean, that's how Lil Nas got to where he was. Or honestly though, with everything that's coming out, like, is it true or was it artificially made famous on TikTok? Now they are, but make a trend on TikTok, add it as a song. Or like, you know, I could do like a get ready with me in the morning, or like you just got to do something that like becomes a trend, you know? And then all of a sudden everybody's using the song. Everybody's like, "Oh, I got to add that song. Oh, well, you got to use that song. That's the trend. Before you know it, chart topper, bro. Well, true. I typically do only listen to dubstep. If I was going to be like, I did like that song though. Nice. Good job. Typically, like if I was like, if I was going to wake up and it was going to be like 7 a.m. or 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and I'm going to start my day, I'm going to play a dubstep SoundCloud mix that's like an hour long. Like I'm gonna go find like my favorite DJ, or I'm gonna go pop up, like I'm gonna be like, all right, Daily Bread, Tape B, Ganja White Night, I don't know, Excision, probably not Excision, in the morning, in the afternoon. I'm just kidding, but yeah, that's typically how I would start my day, is to dubstep. I will get in modes where I'll listen to other music occasionally, but it will like, it would be like when I'm going through something, probably. And but I do go through phases, like where I'll listen to like R&B, rap, like like when Meg the Stallion's album came out, like I listened to that full thing front and back. Or like, I'm trying to think like who other people, random people, occasionally I'll step out occasionally. So I'll add your mixed up a playlist though. I made a playlist when I was in college that somehow has like 500 followers. Don't know how or why. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I can listen to and what I cannot listen to on live without hurting my efforts. Because in the past I had been copyright striked, but also I don't know, like if I was listening to another DJ who mixed up everything, would that DJ be able to copyright strike me? Would the original artist copyright strike me? Would both of them be able to copyright strike me? Would it be able to be considered fair use? I'm not sure. But anytime I listened to music and I was live on TikTok, I was getting flagged. Like I wasn't able, like it was telling me that they were not gonna push my content because I was live, which I don't care anyways. I don't need anybody to watch me, but it's a little bit more fun if somebody does. Cool formula. Hell yes. Now we did it. See? Believe in yourself. You can add anything you want to. Amazing. Thank you. Let's check that clients portal thing real quick. Let's create a proposal that gets moved. $1 million. I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be my new thing. It'll be like, what? Anytime I'm adding an amount, I'm just gonna $1 million, $1 trillion. Oh, whoa, okay, this is getting kind of crazy. I have no idea how this is working. Oh, whoa, okay. So SEO, say I'm just doing SEO. Okay, interesting. All right, insert scope into there. Okay, cool. Okay, this is my scope builder. Nice, I like this. How many posts? Nice, daily. Cool. Actually, I like this. I can insert each of the scope. Oh, wow. Cool. I can put how many blog posts I'm going to do. Nice. Nice. In a monthly newsletter. Email campaigns. Cool. Add to scope. Okay, so whatever I choose, though, adds to the scope multiple times. So I would want to say, like, add it to the scope once. Don't do everything. Okay. Oops. Okay, so hypothetically, I save it and I send. Okay, proposal updated. Cool. Okay, cool. Now it's in an email template. It shouldn't say it's sent yet, but whatever. So, and then why would I choose a template? It's already chosen. So, hi, please find the attached proposal. Okay, so when I connect my Gmail. Okay, nice. So that solved the first thing that I wanted solved. So now, how do I, girl. My cousin, girl, the Z index is fucked again. Like, Suno, since you love music, you love Suno, you can generate any genre of music and you create your own streaming guys. Nice. Hell yeah. Good looks, brother. Cool. So I can just Can I give it music? Whoa, cool. Hell yeah. I'm wondering if I can give it an artist that I like and it could make music like that artist, but maybe then we're treading on like, I don't know what's going to show at the login, so let me move that off real quick. I don't know what it's going to like, or I don't know like to the extent of how close I can get to the dubstep that I like, or could I just be like dubstep, or could I get really niche and be like, create me a dubstep song that sounds like Raven's Coon, that has deep wubby bass and I don't know, deep drops. Okay, getting my birthday in here. Let's see what we can create. This is cool though. Thanks. I mean, a lot of people. So is this how they made that song? I run, I run, I run. Pull me deeper, I cannot confess. I'm not doing the words right. Okay, continue. Let's make a song. They better have dubstep in it. I'm just kidding. Trap we like, EDM we like, and my at the end of the year when they give you like your Spotify Wraps, your whatever Wraps. One year my Spotify Wrapped, it gave me all my favorite genres, and it was everything. It was 5 different genres. Every single one of them was a different genre of dubstep. So it was like, oh, your number 1 was bro step. Then you like chill step. Then you like melodic dubstep. It was like, these are all just different variations of the same fucking shit. Sorry. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, wait. Let's see if we can get smarter about this, because I probably only have so many free I only have so many free songs, but I'm sure I could prompt it better if I ask my AI to help me prompt it, right? We'll do a new chat. Hi, a pal of mine just told me about an app called Suno, where I can create my own music to listen to on live that won't get copyright struck because it's made by AI. However, I want to make sure that I give it a good song description so that it makes a song as close to the kinds of songs that I like. I really like Raven's Coon, Daily Bread, Tape B, and OK Jake. How would I be able to describe this? Okay, now let's get these spelled right. Daily Bread, Tape B, and OK Jake. Okay, and then we'll add me. I'm constantly like, if you can help me do it better, girl, you help me do it better. Let's see what she says. Oh, whoa, you added your own beats. Cool. Super cool. Let's see what it says. Okay. Now I'm excited. So deep, wobbly bass, intricate sound design, melodic, emotional undertones. Okay, perfect. Can we combine these? I won't have or. Let's just. I don't know. I want it all. Create. Fingers crossed. Less is more. Okay, heard. It's gonna be like glitchy, deep wub space, intergalactic space alien. What? Oh yeah, I added all of that in here. So let's see. Oh, I gotta upgrade for the full song. So I guess if it's good, we'll see. Nice, but this is cool. okay. I'm like, all right, got me. It got me with the glitch. I was like, okay. Nice, cool. I like this. I love music too. Music is the best. Like I love music so much. So I go to shows alone, festivals alone, concerts alone. Like I don't care, and it's so funny because like I will actually go with that friend too. I'm like, all right, bye. Like I'm going to the front. I'm going immediately in the front. I'm going to the rail. I'm going to the center. I'm close to the speaker. Because I possibly can. Dope. Oh yeah, thanks for getting me out of this. So I'm gonna have to do this for my next slide, so that way at least I can listen to some music. So it definitely tells me when I said glitch, like it's glitching a lot, but it needs to be like glitch bounce. Okay, wait. So let's take away the melodic. It's got too much melodic in there. Let's try it again too. Let's see what it is saying. Awesome. Should I complete their challenge? Great. I could create 10 songs in my dreams. Awesome. Well, I can't wait for you to start performing again either. To me, right now, I feel like we're in an era of creation, stepping into doing what you want to do. I genuinely think like, I mean, and I know you're in Canada, so I don't know, US, Canada, whatever, but I just feel like the whole world is so fucked right now. Like, you literally should just pursue what you want to pursue. Like, I know obviously, like, it's been like, oh yeah, follow your dreams, whatever, like, do what you want to do, but like, no, actually, like, we're on this planet, like, if anything is going to show you, like, there's some guy that made a tech startup that's like blew up overnight, and then there's like some guy that, like, I don't know, just do whatever you want to do. Like, some guy sat down and made this Suno thing, and now Suno, whatever this is, like, no, I'm finding, like, who knows, could blow up. So yeah, I'm like, make that music, do what you want to do, don't let anybody, tell you otherwise, and just keep creating. I think we're definitely in a creator's economy, but I also think like creating is like the only way to just like not get just sucked into, like, we have all these tools available, so we may as well just create stuff instead of like, I don't know, at least keep it happy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, business is going on over here. From a freelance standpoint, I only went freelance because I had to, not to be like, what, I'm like, whatever. But like, the job market was so bad. I just said, well, I might as well just start fucking working for myself because I don't have another option. And then here we are. Which working for myself has been so much more fulfilling though, because I get to sit here and do stuff like this. Versus, pushing buttons for somebody else. But also, it is really nice to have stability. But I'm working on it. A dubstep banger built for massive systems. Okay. So now I'll have music on my next slide though. And then while we're listening to this, we'll push and commit everything and make sure that we're all up to date. Close this page. Perfect. Okay, yeah. this is great. I like that. I was like, okay. So somebody that people should check out, who sounds like this kind of also, is Jordan Moody, Jorden Moody. And then also Dark Uncle 77. Thank you. I don't know what you're saying thank you for, but thank you. I appreciate you. Okay, so that makes sense. What I'll have to do is I'll have to play it from my other phone. But no, that's super sick. So thank you so much for putting me onto that. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'll have that figured out before the next live. And it'll be a whole lot of base space instead of me doing $1 trillion. I'm going to be like, $1 trillion. No, but yeah, no, big dubstep girl. So I really live for that. Sick. So what did we do today? Today on my little time tracking app, I did a lot of stuff. We'll do a quick little recap here on what we did in this, I guess, almost 5 hours on live. So anybody who tuned in at any point in time, thank you guys so much. And I'm excited for future live streams too. And I'm excited to check out your live streams as well. So we added here, shooby-dooby-doo, what do we add? So in our pipeline, we added the formula here, and then also in our proposals, we added the proposals that go into the contract, that then the contract, we can send the link to the client, and the client can actually physically sign the contract so that I don't have to use DocuSign or a PandaDoc or Adobe. I could literally just send it to them and then have them fill it out and then send it back to me. And then we also updated and added a formula to my content board. This, I think some organization could be worked out, but we'll get it. And then we also added the brand guide into my client portal. So now I can add in the typography that the client uses, their brand voice, personality, do's, don'ts, some general guides, brand colors, logos, assets, all that good stuff into their portal as well. And then I'm thinking the next time I'll keep working on the client portal so that I could actually check that functionality works, because I'd like to deploy it and start using it with my clients so I could actually use it live. Would be cool. And yeah, and then I think also we added I'm going to change it from a Fortune 500 company to a Fortune 100 company per Claude. They did a good idea. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do next time, or maybe next time go live I'll do something random. Oh, actually, that reminds me, pause. Next time I go live, I think I'm gonna have my neighbor is gonna join me on live, and him and I are gonna vibe code a project together where he wants to make a web app. He snowboards, and he wants to make a web app that basically would, because he has like these weather trackers and stuff, but when he wants to look up the mountain, like it doesn't show exactly like certain things. So he wants certain alerts for when the snow gets to a certain point, and then like when certain mountains have snowfall and open up for the season, and then to track that, whatever, so that he could plan his ski trips. And then he wants to be able to plan his ski trips around those things. So we'll pull in some weather tracking, we'll pull in some snow stuff, we'll make it cute and snow themed. So that's what we're going to do, a Vibe Code and Vibe dual session with my neighbor Richie. And he is going to tell me what his perfect snow tracker would be, and we're going to build that live together. So now that I've gotten better at like planning and organizing and knowing what agents to deploy and all of that, I'm assuming and feeling like we'll get off to a really strong start, and then we'll be able to make something cool. And then if it's useful, maybe we'll make it live and people can, I don't know, plan their ski trips for the winter or whatever. So, yeah, I want to say a thank you to everybody currently on the chat now. Josh, Dark Uncle, if you're still on, anybody that's still on, thank you. I really appreciate you. Anybody who came in the past and you're not on, know that I'm saying thank you to you now. And also, I'm going to say anybody that is going to tune in the future, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I couldn't do it without you guys. You guys make live streaming not just enjoyable and fun, but worth, I know that somebody even said that they learned something today, and I know a couple people said that they're going to try vibe coding for the first time. So I feel really accomplished, and I hope you guys do too. So thank you again, and have a really amazing evening, and we'll see you guys on the next Vibe Coded Vibe. I'm so happy. Thank you guys. Bye. Mwah. Oh, and also so much good music on my way. Oh, wait, why idle do you use? Do you use Claude Code? Yes, I use Claude Code, Dark Uncle. Right now, I have Claude Code in my terminal, and I am on the max plan for $100 a month, and I just strictly use Claude Code. I don't use anything else, only Claude Code, and then I've deployed agents that have Claude skills, and then I have built my own skills, and then I also built an agent to build skills. So yeah, awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. I hope you have an amazing evening. Chat later.